But some days, sometimes, I'm just like you, man. I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
From a good dream I wake, sun rays on my face, planning out my day, hoping this ain't the one that I catch a case. I feel so good, I feel so straight. My manager keep calling me saying, hurry up, you late. Hurry up, you lay off. Y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Been trying to play it cool, but it's hard to play it off. I've been hanging on to this bullshit, cause my car still ain't paid off. I know I'm on my way up, my boy just got laid off, so y'all, man, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. These hoes here so ratchet, these niggas here so sneaky. Y'all don't even really pay enough for y'all to only pay bi-weekly. I'm trying to double up my cash, take this job, shove it up your ass. Yo, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. We're the reason why your stockholders always stay afloat. Yet I'm asking, are they hiring? Like everywhere I go, schedule will say 9, but I think it's fine if I clock in at 9:04. I work 40 hours a week plus overtime just to be bro. So y'all, man, I hate this job. Hate that I applied. So much has transpired since the day that I was high. Told me I could advance, but you were telling me lies. Gotta give your notice before I quit, but you don't say shit right before I'm fired. Damn, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. You and your procedures, you and your protocol, you and your policies, none of that shit don't apply to me. You and your quotas, you and your standards, you and your 2 sick days a year. Y'all niggas bananas. Wonder why the postman's posted with hammers, going postal with Popo on camera. His wage got him enraged, stressed out, it's hard to maintain. He flips the middle, grabs his. He said, if you don't get the picture, I quit, you ain't shoot. Mother, man, I hate this job. Sometimes I wanna say, walk in and slap my boss. This shit is getting hard. Damn, I hate this job. Gotta make it out of this struggle, bruh. And I don't really mean to take it out on you. You just a customer, but damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Look, man, I hate this job. I put my pants on one leg at a time, just like you. I'm out here trying to take care of my family. Damn, I hate this job. It's not always glamorous, for real, but I do what I gotta do for me and mine, you know? Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate this job. Damn, I hate my job. Damn, I hate this job. I'm just like you, nigga. Damn, I hate this job. Man, I hate this job. Man, I hate my job.
Yeah.
Check one, check two. Said you know what to do. How y'all feel out there, man? You back in the lab with your man Mark Nash. He is I am he. Another great episode of Breaking the Beats. Y'all already see it. Hey, look, man. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. So I've been looking online and I'm seeing things, like my boy say, right? Hey, look. It's a lot of hate going on at this damn YTBC, man. We're gonna address this shit tonight. We're gonna put all it on the table. We're gonna call a spade a spade. We're gonna call it is what it is, man. As you guys know, I was in Atlanta. I'm in Atlanta, right? So we had the Tank Davis fight here this weekend. Floyd Money Mayweather pulled up in all his splendor, looking like $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? I was out there. I was able to finesse my way to the weigh-in situation. Got to chop it up with this guy right here. You know, Jerron Boots Ennis. So chopped it up with him. Had a quick interview. Talked with him off cam, of course. And we trying to set up something on cam because I was taking the time. He was doing another interview. Chopped it up with his pops. Bozy Ennis, great man. Chopped it up with Luis Reyes. He and I had an interview set up for today, and basically just he forgot, but it's okay. No hard feelings. We rescheduled it for tomorrow, so we're gonna chop it up with a Reyes tomorrow, and we got one set up. We're trying to get Sam Watson on the book for a couple weeks from now. So yeah, man, your boy's been out there working my thing, and I'm letting my thing do the work. So we're gonna talk about a lot of things that's going on in the YTBC. Before we do that, I know the room is populating. I'm gonna let the room populate. I know some people coming over from Major Key's channel. Shout out to my brother Major Key Boxing. Had a hell of a show over there. Give me 35 seconds. Let's run this intro, and I'll drop the link and I'll open the phone line up because we gotta talk about this, man. Truly disappointed in some of my contemporaries. How about that? To say the least. Let's get it.
This that squad sound.
This is madness.
Yeah. What's popping, yo? You already know what time it is. Another great episode of Breaking the Beats, where we break down the business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and pretty much anything else I feel like squeezing into those letters. I am your host. My name is Mark Nash. Thank you again for your time. Hope this broadcast is finding you in good spirit, good health, wherever you are in the world. Now let's get to the shits, man. Let's just get right to it. So I'm looking online after the fight. And what I noticed is a lot of the guys out here, man, seem to have a lot of hate for Floyd Mayweather. Shocking? No, I'm not surprised, right? I'm not surprised at all. But for Tank to get so much of that residual hate, he just getting the trickle-off effects of the hate from Floyd Mayweather. Listen, man, I seen some of the channels out there talking about the guy Tank Davis needs to leave Mayweather. I seen guys saying, hey, this was a dud. This fight was nothing. It's a fake championship. We're going to break a lot of that down. I'm trying to figure out where we want to start at because we got to unpack this. Let's get the chop in this fable because it's definitely a fable. My G. Let's be clear. You can't choose when you want to choose. You can't pick and choose when you want to respect the belt and when you want to say, hey, it's a token, it means nothing. Let me say it again. You cannot pick and choose when you want to respect the belt and call somebody a champ. You know what? Maybe you can, because a lot of you guys have no standards, right? Have no morals. You just go with the flow. Go along, get along, gang type. Excuse me. Or maybe your leader says one thing, so you got to go along with what your leader says because you can't go against the grain. I get it. I was a soldier. I get it. But let's be clear. Some of these dudes ain't soldiers, man. I say it all the time. Everybody want to say salute, but most people ain't never even served a cup of coffee. Y'all got to stop that cap. The guy Tank Davis did what he was supposed to do. Tank Davis did and then went in there and did what he was supposed to do. He sold the fight. He put asses in the seats. He sold the pay-per-view. And then he went out there and performed. Not only did he perform, he beat the man in dramatic fashion. Dramatic fashion. He didn't let it go to the cards. He didn't get wobbled. He didn't get dropped. Went in there and beat the man. Beat him up. Dropped him several times. We never seen Mario Barrios look like that. Barrios ain't never looked like that in no fight. So when you get a guy like Tank Davis who goes in there, does what he's supposed to do, he's still getting hate. I was watching online today, man. And shout out to some of the brothers who doing their thing. Look, man, I like your show. I'm a friend of the show. I'm a fan of the show. I support the show. But we got to cut the crap, yo. My G, some of you guys spent more time talking about Mayweather's jewelry than Tank Davis' performance. Let me say that again for the people in the back. Some of you spent more time talking about Floyd Mayweather's jewelry. Y'all spend more time talking about the dude's jewelry than how successful the event was. Why? What's the motive here, man? This is a new day, man. This is a new age. This is what the promoter look like now. So, because he don't dress how you think a promoter should dress, you got a problem with it? You got a problem? You get what I'm saying? Like, this is crazy, yo. Stop the hating, yo. You got to stop the hating. It's obvious. I heard people talking about, I bet that was $4 million worth of jewelry. You know what we could have did with the community for $4 million? Well, you go earn your money and you can do what you want to with your money, brother. But stop the hating, yo. And it's obvious hate because Tank Davis is doing what he's supposed to do. He's beating these guys that are in front of him. If they don't supposed to be in there with him, he get them out of there. He get them out of there if they don't supposed to be in there with him. What's wrong with that? We're going to talk about it, man. I heard some people also saying, hey, they don't like him saying, hey, we only gonna fight PBC fighters. We're not making no other country rich. Man, that's the business model. That's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing. You get what I'm saying? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. We got to stop that, man. It's obvious hating. It ain't no way around it. The man sold the pay-per-view. He put asses in seats. Then he went out there and stopped the guy, an undefeated champion. And then we saying, well, he ain't do nothing. It won't nobody. Man, y'all gotta cut that. Y'all gotta cut that out. Y'all gotta cut it out. Shout out to Cadillac Red. What up, my G? Yeah, man. It's a lot of hate going on, man. I don't like it, Cadillac Red. Cadillac Red was there. Every time they put the camera on Floyd Mayweather, the arena erupted. The arena went crazy every time they put the camera on him. You know why? Because Atlanta appreciates the fact that he brought a pay-per-view event to their city. Let me say that again. He brought 2 pay-per-view events to the city of Atlanta. Bob Arum didn't do it. It wasn't Eddie Hearn. It wasn't Don King. Money made. Mayweather Promotions did that. And the city love him for it. The city love him for that, man. Big night of boxing. But you know what? That pay-per-view card was right here in Atlanta, man. Big money in that, man. That was great for the city. He did something good for the city. I heard people who weren't even at the event talking about, man, that shit looked like it was dead anyway. That's false.
That's false, bro. Anybody who was there can tell you the room was electrifying all night, man. Barrios brought his people with him. He brought his people to the weigh-in. They rode in deep to the weigh-in, took about 2-3 rolls up. All at one time. Barrios didn't come in there to lay down. Tank is never going to get the credit he deserves from some of you guys just because of your disdain for Floyd Mayweather. And I get it. You ain't never seen nobody walk around with their neck like this. Hove don't even look like that, man. All that damn money on your neck, man, it makes people upset. It makes some people uncomfortable. I get it. I get it. But I'm lying. I don't get it. Ain't this what y'all want to see sometimes? Brothers, black excellence, right? Okay, we'll get into the other shit, right? Some people say, let me do a quick roll call through. Let me do a quick roll call. Shout out to everybody pulling up. Taylor Bell, I'm gonna kill you, yo. You tried to joan on me yesterday, but it's all good. You know I still love you though. You're a friend of the show. Jalen, it's all love. You already know what time it is. We here. You already know it's all love. I don't even know how to say this. Absalom, Palanki TV. Appreciate you pulling up. Welcome home, man. Thanks for pulling up. Believe it's your first time over here. Who else we got here? Jab Jamboree. What up, my G? Shout out to Jab Jamboree in the night court. Hey, look, who else we got here? Yeah, we just getting started. Corey Harris, what up? Straight from the trenches. Yeah, man. Yeah, we in here, man. Pittsburgh, what up, Pittsburgh? We in here. Supreme Beast Boxing Talk. Taylor said they ain't gonna fight that. Tank ain't gonna fight Josh Taylor. We don't know who Tank gonna fight. We didn't know he was about to go up to 140 and fight Mario Barrios. Taylor Bill, do we know that? Start calling you Tinkerbell. Keep playing. They hating on Tank. Mark, come on. You ain't been checking the news, Shelton? You ain't seen the things that are going around on the internet. Yeah, man, they got a little hate for Tank, but it ain't his hate they getting. They getting what's left over from Mayweather. We're gonna address it in a little bit. Shout out to Black and Brown Boxing. It's my guy. It's my guy. Definitely didn't like his show today, and wasn't a big fan of the show today. But that don't mean I dislike the brother. That don't mean I want him to stop creating content. Not at all. Not at all. That's not what I'm saying. I just know I disagree with him. He had a problem with Tank and Floyd talking in the corner. Man, what's wrong with Tank talking to his promoter / trainer / future Hall of Famer / 50 and old / TBE? Now, I don't know if that's illegal. Now, is that illegal for the promoter to do that? Because if it's not illegal, I don't want to hear where Eddie Hearn never did that. Bob Arum never did that. Oscar doesn't do it. This is a new day, man. So what? They didn't do it. Floyd doing it. They ain't did what he did in the ring neither. Or outside the ring for us, the business of boxing. This is an anomaly, bro. Floyd is like a unicorn in boxing, bro. This ain't no fanboy shit. This is just me calling facts. This is calling a spade, balls and strikes, pause. You get what I'm saying? I'm just calling it how I see it. You dudes are like too invested in it. So, or you want, I think some people, this the deal. I think some people are so, they want to say they right. They can't admit they're wrong so much that they'll just die on that hill. Oh, I'm gonna just stand on what I said. I'm gonna stand on it. I'm gonna stand there, nigga. I'm gonna keep, bro. But you was wrong, and you keep being wrong. You on the wrong side of history with this Mayweather hate, and the kid is keep doing. The man keep doing what he's supposed to do. Shelton Moore, you got the floor. Peace to you, brother. Good. It was good seeing you at the event this weekend. They got me in rare form today, Mr. Moore. But
I hear that. I hear that, brother.
Welcome home. Welcome home.
Thank you, sir.
How about that?
Thank you, sir. It was great meeting you, brother. We had a great weekend, great event.
True indeed.
My man Taylor Bell in the chat says that the undercard was dead. That's not true.
Not true. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute my mic. I'm gonna give you the floor. Cook, please, Cook.
The whole night was lit. I mean, from start to finish. if there is a Black Hollywood in the South, it was there that night. At the first time, I've been to a few fights in my day. That's the first time I went to a boxing match and it looked like a strip club. That shit was on fire. They was there. Now, I was Mark's seats was on the other side of the arena. Am I right, Mark?
Yeah. But shit, I found a way to get down on the floor. Pause.
Oh, okay. There you go. That part.
I found a way, man. I was
in like the me, Santos, DJ, Kyle, I Am Ill Will. We was all like in the 10th row, 11th row, over by the ring. So at the end of the second fight, the Bronco fight, I leaned over to Kyle and said, "Hey, well, we just killed that narrative about Tank being the pay-per-view star. This place is half empty." And the Rosario and Lubin fight. And man, what did I say that for? By the time Lubin got rid of Rosario in round 6, it was standing room only in that joint. Standing room only. I'm telling you. I had to fight off the dudes because I bought 2 seats for my 2 daughters. It was 3. But the seat on the end I didn't pay for. So I'm sitting in the seat and some chick comes up about round 3 of the Tank fight. You're sitting in my seat. I was like, you should have got here earlier. That's your fault. I'm not getting up. I paid for damn near this whole row and I'm not getting up. So
hold on. So you really was in the young lady's seat?
I guess so.
So who was in your seat, or where was you supposed to sit at?
Well, my daughters, both my daughters showed up, so I had to give them one of my seats. I mean, but shit, that
you
seat
still
was
should
empty
have had
all night.
another seat though.
Well, I didn't anticipate the other one showing up. It was unanticipated.
So how she get in without no ticket and not have a seat?
But she bought a ticket. Her ticket wasn't where.
Okay.
Her ticket wasn't where my ticket was.
Oh, so you just straight up jacked somebody's seat? That's crazy. Well, look.
Well, maybe I did.
Hey, look. A lot of that was going on. We was in the wrong section.
But the young lady sat down right behind me, so she was in somebody else's seat. So it all worked out.
Right. We had to tell somebody to move, and then they just like, oh, okay. Well, I guess we over here. Then they just sat in somebody else's seat, and we watched them
I mean,
move.
it was no big deal. But what I'm saying is, the event went off without a hitch. And for people to be online saying that the event was trash, and that's not what happened, man. If you'd have been there, that was a beautiful night, man. That was a beautiful night. You know what I'm saying? The boy, look, if I'm him, if I'm Tank, I'm trying to fight in Atlanta, Baltimore. I'm trying to fight on the East Coast because I think Tank can sell out any arena on the East Coast. I truly believe that.
Yo, hey, look, somebody said in the chat, they like you was like that dude in that movie South Central. This is the OG move, right? This is an OG check. This is my seat now, bitch. You gangster.
It wasn't a check, man. It's the 4th round of the main event. I'm not finna get up.
Man,
I'm not finna get up.
She paid to sit there.
And she got to sit directly behind me. And she still had a great view and she still had a great time.
We're gonna leave that alone right there.
Yeah. So she was all right.
We call that strong on robbery where I'm from. Like
she was all right.
Hey,
she was all right.
Let me introduce some other people that just pulled up real quick because we got to talk about some things. Shout out to Major Key Boxing. Shout out to Troy Graham. Hell of a show.
My fellas, I missed it. My phone died. I couldn't get it, but I will watch the replay, brothers.
Oh yeah, it's some entertainment over there. Those OGs over there, they still sharp. Still quick with it, and they still quick with it. So we're gonna chop it up in a little bit. The boxing source just pulled up. What's up, man? Troy Graham. I'm gonna let y'all speak in the order y'all came, not in the order of importance. How about that? Respectfully. Boxing source, Troy, then Major Key. Hey, Boxing Logic, I'm gonna let you get into it's our first time trading words. So I'm gonna ask you to keep your mic muted while they speak real quick. Go ahead, Boxing source. Welcome home, bro. How you been?
Oh man, I'm all good. Shout out to marqnash in the building. Shout out to Shelton Moore, man. I just got in with Shelton was talking about. I guess he was at the Tank fight, man. Yeah, that was an event. I mean, I was there covering as auxiliary media, and once that Tank fight started up, like that whole place was going crazy. So he had like a whole lot of support. coming from the DMV area, where I'm at. You have folks there from Atlanta, folks in around the Southeast that came through, like Orlando and stuff like that. But yeah, I was, really impressed by Tank Davis in that particular fight. And, you'll kind of see me, if you haven't seen me in there, you'll see me as part of the post-fight press conference. I was able to, get in and, ask a couple questions in there. So, but, Sheldon's right. Like, Tank is that next real superstar where he could build, get a crowd anywhere he goes. And whether it's in Atlanta, New York, or, wherever, especially in the East Coast, those people will come out in droves to see Tank Davis. And he's part of that new wave of, fighters that bring in the social media aspect of things. So you get, the whole, like say the music, the music game in it and all of that. That's where Tank comes from. So once he has these fights coming up, then it's going to definitely be a big buzz and folks are going to show out for that in droves.
Absolutely. Troy Graham, man. Hey, look, I feel like Tank Davis getting a lot of hate, and I think he's getting the hate because of he's getting them bullets. I tell y'all all the time, be careful. I got to be careful who I have on my show, because when people start busting them rounds, you can get bullets too just because your logo too close to somebody. You get what I'm saying? So I feel like that GTD logo is too close to that Mayweather promotion logo for some people. They don't like seeing Floyd Mayweather coming out with $4 million in jewelry on. They have a problem with that. And they saying he's taken away from the shine of Tank Davis. I disagree. Troy Graham, I'll let you speak, and then we're going to go to Major Key. Go ahead.
I think it was a good fight. You can't please everybody. And of course, we'd like to see him fight XYZ, but, he's fighting in fights that are, his fights are competitive. His fights are entertaining, and they always end in a big boom. So, you get your money's worth, right? So you can't really complain about what he's doing, but there's too many people on here that's complaining about Tank didn't fight this one or that one. You should just be happy that you got a good fight, because it was a good fight. I kept screaming at the screen, telling him to step right, step right, step right, step right. That's all he had to do, and he could have killed this boy earlier. But, you can't please everybody. I was happy with the fight. I don't really care what anybody else think. I was happy with it. Absolutely.
Major Key, man. We're going to go to you, Major Key. What's the problem with Floyd Mayweather's jury? Like, I saw guys at one point doing a whole hour on his jury and how he can feed a small country. I'm like, why do you care what he doing with his money, bro? And you talking about what you would do if you had it. And bro, stop that. You ain't got it. You don't know what you would do in your life if you had that money in front of you. It's good to say it now, but it's not necessarily true. It's all hyperbole. It's just your thoughts. It's imagination. Pipe dreams is what we call them. Major Key, what you got for me, man?
Like always, man, we got people selling people superficial visions of the future versus actually sharing wealth of knowledge. Like, he won't share with us, what he invests in, but he'll share with us his jewelry. You know what I'm saying? And after he got a haircut, because everybody was making fun of him last time when Logan Paul took his hat, and it was making fun of that lack of a cut. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, look, man, I digress. I respect him as a fighter, but as a person, man, I got issues with his morals. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to boxing, as a boxing content creator, I'm always gonna give him props. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to him as a person, bro, I'm always gonna go against the grain with the way. Like, for example, if he was somebody that was a neighbor of mine or an uncle in my family to my kids, you know what I'm saying? I'm always gonna tell you, yeah, don't listen to that dude. You know what I'm saying? Don't listen to that dude. He don't know what the fuck he talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's pretty much it, man. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest with you, man. Let's be honest with each other. Like, his pops and his uncle were both in boxing before him. They got him into the game. He was able to capitalize off of it. Great, bro. Mad props to him. He did come out with some superb defensive skills that's top notch for all time, no matter what. No, you can't take those accolades away from him. What he accomplished, 5-weight division, whatever, it's all good. But at the end of the day, as far as a person, That's not somebody that would have. I have him teaching my kid as far as boxing, but not as a person. You feel me?
And that's what's up. I get it. And some will argue, hey man, shit. As a person, he found a way to make almost $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? Through hook and crook, whatever, however you want to say, he found a way to get it. And my thing is this, man. Like him, love him, hate him. You don't like his pizzazz, his flashiness, his flamboyant, how he's flamboyant. I know he had some trouble outside the ring. A lot of boxers have succumbed to outside ring trouble as well. But when we're talking about coming from a fighting family, let's be clear, it's a lot of guys out there whose father and uncle were shit. Corey Spinks, no disrespect to Corey Spinks, got a lot of admiration for him, but his career didn't turn out the way Mayweather's career turned out, in or outside the ring. You get what I'm saying? I don't see why
I feel that, but
I was just segueing, like, remember how you taught me how to do? You know, reply to that person and say, well, you know what I'm saying? You taught me a little trick. I was doing. Yeah, no, I'm doing what, look, I got you. Look, I'm a student of the game. I'm doing what y'all was like, hey, you know what? Help your show.
Touche, my friend. Touche.
Yeah. So I was trying to pass it up to trying to do a segue to let Bots Elijah speak, but you ruined my dope ass segue. But basically, Bots Elijah, I'm gonna let you speak. Welcome home, man. Welcome to the show. It's your first time here, right?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
All right, let me give you a drop real quick. Buy some logic. I saw you over there on the show, and welcome over.
Yes! You done?
You got the floor. Go ahead.
Put myself on camera to be respectful. And we were talking about again who we were talking about Mayweather and Gervonta Davis. And y'all went on a couple of different subjects. I think Gervonta Davis did great. And I think, I'll be honest with you, I don't think he should be with anybody else but Mayweather right now. Why? Mayweather is he's adjusting with the times. And believe it or not, the times is not just because of Mayweather, what's happening in the times at all. It's not Mayweather why certain fighters is staying within their stables or businesses. That's not just because of Mayweather. But Mayweather is adjusting with what's going on in the times. And I believe Mayweather is a big part of why Tank Davis is as famous as he is, of course. And Tank Davis, yeah, is he riding off the coast of Mayweather? Yeah, but that's because Mayweather wants that. And Mayweather's using his fame to build Tank up as big as he can get so he can, of course, benefit from it. And I don't mean that benefit from it in a negative way.
Right.
Business fucking works. So if he's still one of the most prominent, most well-known fighters of the era in the last 20 years, Mayweather, it only makes sense for him to use his fame, whatever, to build his fighters up. Especially if it's a new fighter. Believe it or not, Mayweather's still only like 45 years old or whatever, 44. Mayweather hasn't got the promotion game down yet at all. He's still got a lot to learn. He probably will not have that completely figured out until 10 years from now. But what he does know he has is the name, the face, you know what I mean, and the reputation. And until he gets to that point 10 or 15 years from now where he can be more dominant in the business room, which I already think he's dominant right now in the business room, but to where he can, his presence is more substantial there than it is out in the ring. He's going to be out in the ring because his name is still prevalent. His name is still heavy. He ain't that far gone from retirement that people forgot who Floyd Mayweather is. So it's good business sense to use who he is to promote Gervonta Davis in every way, shape, and possible. He should stand beside Gervonta Davis at all times.
Right.
That's good business. He got to do that till Gervonta Davis is steady and at the point where he could do it on his own. And that's what everybody would do. But people who don't understand business, you know what I mean, ain't going to look at it that way, who don't do business. But it is. You got to pass the baton to somebody else.
Right. And with that said, I appreciate you passing the baton back to me. That's a dope segue. I like Boxing Logic. That was slick. Ricky Williams is in the building. Shout out to the guard. Appreciate you, my brother, for pulling up. Yeah, man, we started a little late tonight, Rick, but the link is out there. This is a home away from home for you as well. I didn't get to share your link because I overslept, but I definitely share it, and we're gonna support you and lift you up. Shout out to Queen Lisa Bell. Shout out to Jeff. Jalen is in the building.
Lisa in the house.
Pound for pound, boxing real news. What up, my G? And Tank, the Sweet Science Examiner, all the way from the West Coast. Look, guys, this is what I'm saying. When I'm looking at guys say things like, they're mad at Mayweather because he said, first of all, they're mad because he's seen, period. How do you guys feel about, we're going to Shelter Moore. Shelter Moore is a clip going around of Mayweather in the corner telling Tank, hey, you're down on the unofficial cards. You're down on the unofficial cards. You can see Coach. He said, what? He said, yeah, it's unofficial, though. Tank looked like he got mad because Coach Calvin says, all Tank heard was, I'm down. And he like, I'm down? What you mean? And he's basically saying, it's unofficial, but you down. You know what I'm saying? Because, he's looking at the screen like how people in the arena are looking at the screen. How you seeing it on TV, the unofficial score. He tells Tank that. Tank puts his foot on the gas and starts going to work. People are saying Floyd is wrong for going to the corner. Unless it's illegal, I didn't see nothing wrong because he helped this guy go to another gear. Shelter Moore, did you have a problem with Floyd going into the corner? Do you think he's overstepping? Because a lot of people are saying, hey, Floyd, are you going to be a trainer? Are you going to be a coach? Are you going to be the promoter? Which one you go? He can do it all. This is not Bob Arum. This is a pound for pound champion Hall of Famer. I heard my brother say one time today, he's like, it's a lot of people in the audience could have told Tank what to do. They ain't TBE, they ain't 50-0. Oscar don't do it because Oscar been trying to get people the blueprint to beat Floyd and they keep losing. So obviously his advice ain't working. Floyd is in there in the gym training with this guy and trying to will him to be great. I think he willed them to be great right there. When he started talking to him about the doghouse rules, and Tank just put it in another gear. Shelter Moore, you got the floor.
Well, the only person I think that should be upset is maybe Calvin Ford. Because look, how can you not listen to Floyd Mayweather? If you a fighter anywhere between 130, 147 pounds, even up to 154, how could you not listen to Floyd Mayweather? It was a bad look for Calvin Ford. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, it's Floyd Mayweather. He's a promoter. Tank is his fighter. If he decides he wants to go to the ring and say something to his fighter, he can do that. He has the pass to be ringside. I mean, there shouldn't be a problem. People shouldn't have a problem with that. You got to look at this. And my guy, Kyle Davis, said some wise words today. I heard him today. He said this: it's going to be hard for you to try to tell Tank not to listen to Floyd Mayweather. Before Tank met Floyd Mayweather, Tank was homeless. Tank was sleeping on people's couches. Tank was sleeping in Calvin Ford's house. In the course of 6 years, he's turned Tank into a millionaire. If Tank is smart with his money, or if whoever's handling his money is smart with his money and don't rob him, Tank's family will never have to work again. So how can you tell somebody who came from Tank's position to where he is now not to listen to the guy who got you there? No matter how much we like it or don't like it, it's the facts. Floyd Mayweather made Gervonta Tank Davis a millionaire. So if he wants to say things from the corner, if anybody should have a problem with it, it should be Calvin Ford. If Calvin Ford don't have a problem with it, we shouldn't have a problem with it.
Somebody look, it's a false rumor out there that Calvin Ford had a problem with it. we got the clip though. We're gonna play that. We're gonna play the clip.
Well, if Calvin Ford have a problem with it, he should talk to Floyd Mayweather about that.
He don't. That's a rumor. We're gonna dispel that rumor tonight. I already got the clip queued up.
Okay.
I was just keeping that in the holster right now, waiting for somebody to tell me opposite. Because you know,
that's the only person
earlier.
In my opinion, that's the only person that should have a problem with is Calvin Ford. Because if I'm boxing and Floyd Mayweather tells me to do A, B, or C, I'm gonna do that. It's Floyd Mayweather. I'm gonna listen to him. He probably knows what he's talking about.
But look, boxing swords. Take the mic, man. I want your opinion on this too. Did you have a problem with Floyd Mayweather talking to Tank while he was fighting? Some people took umbrage to it. Some people didn't like it. They said, "Hey, look, are you a promoter? Are you a coach? Are you a trainer? Are you a fighter still? What are you gonna do?" Me, I'm like, bruh, he can do it all. What's the problem? Why do you have a problem with it? Why are you shitting on Tank? Just because, look, man, let's keep it a buck, man. I didn't like the Lego legacy thing my brother Black and Brown had earlier today. But I ain't gonna shit on him. I ain't gonna disrespect him. I told him I didn't like it. I even left him a message, told him, hey, we're gonna do a reply tonight. He's more than welcome. Pull up. Anybody know Black and Brown? Know how to reach it? Tell Black and Brown to call me in my Kanye voice. Who know Black and Brown? Look, let me do some fake YouTube beef. Who know Black and Brown boxing? Somebody call that mother. Tell him to get over here now.
I'll text him right now if you let me back in the building.
No, I don't really want to smoke, man. No, I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you. Tell him to come. No, I'm fucking with you. No, I'm real shit, man. Tell him pull up, man. Because I got love for the brother's content. I have admiration for him. I know he ain't had that much time today.
I'll click the link.
Give him the link. Give him the link. I ain't running from it. Bro. Because I know I'm right in this shit, man. I'm a million percent right.
I could text it to him.
I put it on the screen. What you mean? Text it in your phone?
Because I'm watching you on my laptop, but I'm talking on the phone. So if you could text it to me, that would be perfect.
All right. Well, let's move it along there. While we doing that, let me give a shout out to the super chat. My man Ricky Williams. He says people don't want to say anything about fighters cheating or getting popped for PEDs, but it's an issue because Floyd shouted instructions. Man, you better stop playing with him, Ricky. They better stop playing with me today. I'm in a good mood. I'm in rare form today. Oh my God, because I was there. And shout out to my brother Blood Boxing. Somebody know Blood Boxing. Tell Blood Boxing to call me because he was wrong too. Blood Boxing was like, yeah, y'all know y'all in Atlanta, man. Y'all better check them, man. You don't even know. It probably some ugly bitches in there. No, Blood Boxing, you're wrong. It was beautiful women all over the building. Half naked half the time. The lips were hanging out, bruh. The kapow, the bang, bang, boom, booms were hanging out. Stop that, man. I went to a boxing match and it looked like a strip club. Come on, thank you, Shelton Moore. Shelton Moore, you was in the building, man.
I'll tell you what. Listen. They had some representation from all over in that building, and they had some folks in the DMV in that building that I know that recognized me there, and I'm telling you, they came up there, they showed up and showed out. But to go on, what you're talking about in reference to Floyd Mayweather and his involvement with Gervonta Davis, I'm in complete agreement with what Shelton Moore said. And those folks that are criticizing don't really know the history. You got to understand that Tank Davis was basically discovered by Floyd Mayweather and his quote unquote little brother, Adrian Broner. And for him to see the talent in Gervonta Tank Davis, that's something. And he's been with them, basically from the beginning. And even in these couple of instances where Tank Davis kind of like went off the rails a little bit or was like, undisciplined, like in the fight where he was involved in the that Floyd McGregor card, where he ended up being overweight and lost that belt. like Floyd got him back into, got him back into shape, got him disciplined again. And key thing is he took him out of the city of Baltimore and going to Vegas, because he knew that if he hung around Baltimore too much, that he could get caught up. He could, possibly get in some real trouble where that could cost him his professional career. Now he has, the backing of not only Floyd Mayweather, but you got Leonard Ellaby there too. And Leonard Ellaby's been there with Floyd Mayweather for many, many years. He was there as the chief second and, converted over to being part of the promotion. And he's, from the DMV too. So he knows all of what, could go down over in the city of Baltimore. And right now they're building him to be that pay-per-view star like Floyd Mayweather is. But it's in a sense of where now you got people that are backing and supporting Gervonta Tank Davis, that they're showing up to his fights, regardless of where they are. So, for Floyd Mayweather, as important as he has been for Gervonta Tank Davis over the course of his pro career, yeah, he should be able to go over there and be in the corner of Gervonta Tank Davis and do that at any point he wants to, because Floyd Mayweather basically got him to the point where he is right now.
I just want to add I'm gonna add an exclamation point on that, and I'm gonna pass the mic around. Cause I know other brothers trying to speak. Let me say this too. I don't know if Eddie Hearn is in the training sessions, holding pads, doing mitt drills with his guy, working side by side with him. I don't think Bob Arum is out there doing miles with the guys. You get what I'm saying? No, he's not. I just don't think so, bro. I don't think he did it when he was fit enough to do it. This guy knows what you're capable of. He's seen you. He's seen you at your best. He's seen you at your lowest moments. He helped you rise to being a pay-per-view star. This is second pay-per-view event. Let's be clear. This is pay-per-view, man. And he brought it to a place that ain't known for pay-per-views and doing boxing events. And it still did well. This is Floyd Mayweather. Like I said before, if you're just tuning in, every time they put the camera on him in that arena, it erupted. His presence is a present. He's Floyd Mayweather, man. So some people say, yeah, you blocking his shine by being too visible. Not true at all. Floyd Mayweather, I think Boxing Logic said it. Shout out to Boxing Logic. I think he dipped off. He's leveraging his celebrity. There's nothing wrong with leveraging your celebrity, man. Callum Ford spoke on it. He said it's okay. It's not only allows it, it's invite. Man, where is that? Let me go back to the chat. I'm gonna pass the mic back to y'all, but let me go through the chat. Punch Drunk Boxing. He says, Floyd don't trust Calvin Ford. Y'all giving too much credit to them. Y'all giving too much credit to them. The real credit is Calvin Ford. Gervonta was built and modeled by Calvin Ford. When has Floyd given credit to his trainer? I never heard him discredit his trainer. I never heard him say Calvin Ford ain't shit. You need to drop your trainer. I never heard him say the opposite. It's like we can't disprove a negative, Punch. Let me keep reading through, and then I'll give y'all back the floor.
Go ahead.
Because these brothers on West Coast time too. Calvin Ford spoke on it the other night after the fight and said not only allows, but he also invites Floyd to share his input in the corner. Calvin says that's how they operate in the gym during training too. Thank you, Tank. Go ahead, Shelton.
No, what I was going to say was, in the beginning, it was suggested to Tank that maybe he needs to take on a new trainer. And Tank told Floyd, wherever I go, he goes. Now that's documented. Tank wants Calvin Ford in his corner. That's his trainer. And that's Tank's choice.
Nothing wrong with that. It's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with that. Go ahead, Troy Graham, Major Key Boxing Source. Y'all trying to get in? Smoke a bag of this, man, because like I said, man, this is this is it's boggling my mind that some people think Floyd is hurting the guy. He's hindering him. He's holding him back. He's blocking his shine. Bro, you standing next to me. Remember Floyd said, man, I put him on. I bought him a truck. I got him everything he needed to put him situated so he can focus on boxing 100%. What's wrong with that? That's setting you up for success, man. I think there's a lot of pocket watching. I think there's a lot of disdain because sometimes you guys didn't like the bravado of Floyd Mayweather. You didn't like his ego. You didn't like his style in the ring. And I think he's just getting, like I said, Tank is just getting that residual weight, the leftovers, the drip. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead. I pass the mic.
Okay, Mark. Let me say this, right? Let's just say I was Jay-Z and I put you on, right? Because you know, right? But every time you open your mouth, I jumped in and said, nah. This is in public. Nah. You know, this is what we got going for Mark right now. You know, he all right. I'm gonna talk for him. And you know, and then you know, when his manager or something is trying to tell him something, I just blatantly cut the manager off. Be like, no. This is the way he's supposed to be doing. This is the way it's supposed to be handled. And he constantly did that. Yes, he put him on. Yes, he did all that stuff. It still don't mean he has to disrespect his coach and handle him like he's a child, can't speak for himself. I hear everything you're saying, but there comes a limit. Okay.
You're breaking up, Troy. You're breaking up. You said it comes a limit. Go ahead. Say it again. Right.
Okay. Well, comes a time when you got to back away and you have to let your child grow. You can't always be jumping in and taking credit for all his work and all his success just because you put it on. That's a form of disrespect. I don't care how much he put him on and did X, Y, Z. He's a grown man. His coach is a grown man. Show him the respect and fade in the damn background like you should do. Because that is your job, to be in the damn background.
Says
not in
who?
the forefront.
Says who? Says you?
Says common sense and this big word called respect. Is not Floyd didn't fight Saturday night. Tank did. Floyd didn't get the win Saturday night. Tank did. So why in the hell do we need to hear his voice about anything until Tank is finished speaking and until his coach is finished speaking? Why do we need to hear his voice over everybody else?
Was that a rhetorical question, or do I get
that? Was a question, period.
All right, well, I'm gonna tell you, and I'll answer your question with the question if that's fair. Is Floyd Mayweather the first promoter to answer a question for the fighter of who do we have next, or what's next for you? You see fighters all the time. Look right at Bob Arum. Look right at Eddie Hearn. Some of them will actually say, I'll fight whoever, or hey, you line them up, I beat him, or hey, put the best guy in front of me. Many will say, hey, man, whoever they put in front of me, because they don't make those decisions. Yeah, Tank was a co-promoter. Tank is a co-promoter for this event. And we're saying Floyd is not letting him shine. Black and Brown Boxing just pulled up. How you doing today? This evening, sir?
What up, Mark? How you doing, brother?
I'm always good, even when it's bad.
Salute to everybody on the panel.
Thank you for your time, man. Hey, look,
this is Brown, my man.
This is my Black and Brown reply video, man. Remember, I left your
good, baby. Hey, it's all good, man.
I love this shit though, man. And like I said, man, I would look. Let me preface this by saying I got an immense amount of respect for you. I'm a friend of the show. I'm a fan of your show. I love your show. I love what you're doing. I wouldn't even know what you was talking about today if I didn't watch your show religiously, right? So let's start there. Got to start with the love. But when I heard you today going on your rant and on your tirade, I'm gonna use some Stephen A. big words, but then I'm gonna end it with some real shit. I was appalled. I was disgusted by the hypocrisy. This is ludicrous. This is asinine. And then I looked at myself and I was like, man, you like Black and Brown. Black and Brown, what are you doing? I was like, Black and Brown, you know what? Let me do that.
You act like a little bitch right now.
Hell yeah, man. I was mad. I was like, he ain't dropping the link. What?
You act like a little bitch right now.
Yeah, man. And when I was like, drop the link, you know what he told me? He told me, So, you know, in Mark Nash fashion, I was like, well, look, I got a channel, I got a panel, I'm gonna do my show tonight, and hopefully he has time to pull up and we can get to chopping this fable. Now, Black and Brown, tell us why you hate Floyd Mayweather, please.
Hey, there was no, you go check my video. There was no hate mention of Floyd Mayweather. Now, this is what it is, right?
Why did you hate his chain?
First and foremost, mission accomplished, right? Mission accomplished, because when you rant off like that, you're trying to touch nerves, right? Mission accomplished. But when you touch nerves like that, people only hear what they want to hear. You know what I mean? They only hear what touched their nerve. They don't keep listening and give a full assessment of the rant. You know what I mean? I never said I hate Floyd Mayweather, and I've never got no Floyd Mayweather hate videos on my channel. Now, if you heard that, that's what you were trying to hear. I simply said was, I don't know why Tank is trying to play the villain role when he's not the villain. He's catching a lot of Floyd Mayweather's hate, and I think it's unnecessary, and I wish he didn't go that route. I wish he wouldn't catch Floyd Mayweather's hate. I never said I have a hate for Floyd Mayweather, or I don't got no videos on my channel hating on Floyd. That was the first and foremost thing. But second, I try to give Tank credit for the knockouts and the performance and building his own fan base and not clout chasing no other boxers, not pulling at no other boxer's coattail. I try to give him his credit for doing what he's doing inside the ring. But now I'm not going to go overboard. All right, I'm going to stop there. I'm not going to go overboard because his opponents, we don't like his opponents. So that's why I say he's building a Lego legacy. He's building a legacy out of plastic. And that's where I got to leave it. That's what it is. That's my opinion, and I'm putting it out there, man. And if someone else can tell me if I'm wrong, we got the great boxing brain, Troy Graham, another great boxing brain, Major Key Boxing, Shelton Moore, great boxing brain. I don't know the man, the boxing source, but I'm sure he got a great boxing brain. I heard him talking the other day on DT3's channel, and he gave me the boxing source. Salute to you, because he's the one that let me know that Josh Taylor went to Top Rank just to fight Jose Ramirez, and I didn't know that. So shout out to you, boxing source. But hey, Mark Nash, it ain't hate, brother. It's my opinion. I like what Tank is doing. Other boxers ain't doing what he's doing. For instance, like Jamal Charlo, Demetrius Andrade, all they're doing is pulling at Canelo's coattails. They can't build their own legacy. They can't build no show. So they got to pull at Canelo's coattails. I got to respect Tank because he ain't doing that. He is building his own show. He got a fan base that he's built, and he's keeping them happy. He's feeding his fan base. So I got to respect that and appreciate that. But I also got to keep it real. His opponents are not up to par, Mark Nash. He's building a legacy out of Legos. And that's what it is. I don't know anything else. You might have heard something that you might have thought you heard something you didn't. But that's all I said.
My brother, well, look, we'll pass it around. But let me ask you this. If it was so easy to be a champion, bro, we all would be a champion. It'd be like the Oprah Winfrey show. You get a belt.
We're not all boxers. We're not boxers.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish and then I'll go ahead.
Nah, but we're not boxers though, so it's not easy for us to become champions because we're not boxers.
Okay, I could name you a lot of boxers who've been fighting for a long time, and we know their name very well, but they still haven't won the chip yet. And they're great fighters, or we consider them highly touted. Like their name is out there, you know what I'm saying? If they do win the title,
hold on.
I still ain't got it out yet, man. Y'all gotta let me get it out though a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I just want to reply to what he was saying. Luis Reyes, we had him scheduled for the show today. We're gonna have him up here tomorrow. He's never won the big one. Gabe Rosado, you know what I'm saying? These guys can fight, but it's a lot of guys like. Man, Gabe Rosado should have been a 2, 3, 4-time champion if it was so easy to be a champ. Now, I know what you're saying. We're not all fighters, but Gabe Rosado is a beast. So I said all that to say this, Black and Brown. We got to stop picking and choosing when we call somebody a paper champ, what's a secondary champ, or because it's never going to be enough. You can always, or he's fighting this guy's leftovers. Unless they undefeated, everybody's going to be somebody's leftovers unless they undefeated, right? So
yeah, I'm trying to follow you. I'm trying to follow you, but
go ahead.
We have to, if us as diehard boxing fans, we got to call it how it is. I'm not some dude on the street that don't know no better. I know better. I know he's collecting secondary championship belts. So if you, Mark, if you want to,
it ain't no diamond belt, black and brown. It's a regular title.
No, a regular title, but it's not an official world title. If you want to tell your audience, if you want to tell your audience that it is, that's fine, Mark Nash. On my channel, Mark, I'm gonna keep it real and let my audience know that is not a world title. Josh Taylor holds all 4 belts in that division. So, but if you want to sit here and
I heard you the first time. You don't have to do that. Now, black and brown. You said what?
If you want to let your fans be fooled by Leonard Ellerby, that's cool. On my channel, I'm not.
No, I'm just I don't like revisionist history, my brother. And let's be clear. Pacquiao had a regular title and he fought Thurman for the super title. That's a fact. We wasn't saying that about Pacquiao. We were saying, hey, he got another strap. Thurman had that regular title for years. And Floyd had the super title. We wasn't not calling Thurman a champion. This ain't no silver belt, no gold or diamond belt. It's still a world title. His check is going to show he's a world title. The sanctioning fee is going to say that. They're going to put that on the marquee. World title bout. It's not, they're not going to put world diamond title, or you get what I'm saying? Like, it's a real title.
Mark,
that title existed.
No, Mark, I'm following.
We're gonna do. And hold on. Let me.
I feel your argument, Mark.
Look. We can sing together, but we can't talk together. And I'm letting you talk. And you can check the playback. I've been letting everybody talk, and then I come in afterwards, and then I pass to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. But you cut me off this time. But after
I feel your argument. I'm listening to what you're saying, but you're the same guy who won't give TFMO credit for being undisputed, and ESPN and WBC call him undisputed. So, but you want to give Tank credit because Showtime's calling him a champion? Which one is it, Mark? Are we gonna know our boxing, or are we gonna let these
talking
ESPN
about a franchise
and Showtime
title
tell us what it is?
Because
we know our boxing.
No. Was that a question? Because other sanctioning bodies don't recognize the franchise title. That's the difference. That's a big difference. That is something.
See, Mark, you're all over the place. Mark, you're all over the place with this
argument. Because you're all over the place.
No,
so I'm trying to
Pacquiao. You brought up Pacquiao. You brought up Thurman. You're all over the place, brother.
Why did I do that? Hold on. Why did I do that? The reason I did that,
but then you want to ignore. You want to ignore what ESPN is saying. ESPN's calling TFMO undisputed. You don't like that part, but then you're going to allow Showtime to talk.
Who said that? You just put those words in my mouth.
But I've heard you discredit and say TFMO is not undisputed when ESPN is saying he is. But now you're saying Showtime is calling Tank a champion. But now you're using Showtime's words. So you want to use Showtime's words, but not.
I didn't say
ESPN's
Showtime
words.
at all in that argument.
But that's who is calling it a championship belt. That's the only.
WBA is calling it a championship. The WBA sanctioned the bout.
Yeah, but they didn't call it the world champion, bro. Come on now, Mark. Come on.
They didn't
now.
say. You said real. Hold on. What did you say? They didn't say real or world. What you just
world?
Said?
World.
It don't say world championship.
Well, it does, but we know the difference, Mark.
Just check.
We know the difference, Mark. We can't play dumb.
I just want to check on that. I just want to check on that part. Make sure we was right on that part. Go ahead.
So who's the champion at 140?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, Black and Brown, because it ain't just me and you here. It's other people here. I'm gonna let Shelton more speak because we've been going back and forth, and I'm here. I got time. Go ahead, Shelton.
Well, here's the thing. We all know who the undisputed champion is at 140. So that's clear. We know what this fight was. It was not for the 140-pound world title because Josh Taylor has that. No matter what the marquee says, no matter what the WBA says, we know who the WBA world champion is at 140 pounds. Number two, you brought up Keith Thurman, but you forgot to bring up that after Mayweather won that title, he dropped it, and Keith Thurman was elevated to the super champion. That's why Pacquiao fought him for that title. It wasn't Mayweather's belt anymore. But here's the thing. We don't like that Ellerby and Floyd are moving Tank in a certain way. They don't want to put him in right now with guys who they think can challenge him or beat him. I was wrong. I've been pumping up and touting Barrios since this fight was announced. I thought Barrios was too big, too long, and too skilled for Tank. I was definitely wrong. I was wrong. That doesn't mean Tank's not a great talent. It just means his handlers are moving him a certain way. And that's the way boxing is today. You know what I'm saying? Now, with the Teofimo situation that you brought up, we can go back and forth with that 100 different ways, 100 different hours. Here's the facts. Teofimo Lopez beat the guy who everybody said was the guy. That makes him the guy. Period. It doesn't matter what the sanctioning body says. It doesn't matter what ESPN says. It doesn't matter what anybody says. We saw it. Lomachenko was considered the guy. Teofimo beat the guy. That makes him the guy. Period.
All right, next.
Let me let Boxing Swords Troy Graham, Major Key. I'm gonna let y'all get in because y'all been kind of quiet. Go ahead.
I was gonna see if I could try something here because you talk about this discussion about world champions and who is what, you know. So I want to see if I could try to share a screen here. Let me see if this works. Okay. So this should be, hold on just a second. Do you see it there, Mark? Let me see if you see it there.
Nah, but what you sending me before I put it up here though? What is this?
It's supposed to be.
Oh, I see.
There you go.
Yeah, you know you're new to the show, brother. So I'm still.
Yeah. No problem. So the WBC has who the world champion is at lightweight. Okay, and that is Devin Haney. Okay, the IBF, the WBA, and the WBO, and the WBC all recognize Devin Haney as the WBC champion. Therefore, Teofimo Lopez is not undisputed at 135 pounds. I just wanted to show that because when these organizations award who their champions are, they do that because they either fight for the belt or there's ways that they are granted that belt. Now, story with Devin Haney was he was in a tournament for that title when it was vacant by Mikey Garcia. But then all of a sudden, the WBC said, hey, we're going to go ahead and have the vacant title be fought between Luke Campbell and Vasyl Lomachenko. And whoever wins the tournament is promised the mandatory spot. And it was a whole mess. And what ended up happening was they only had one fight in that tournament, and that was Haney versus Abdullayev. Haney won. Haney was named interim champ. Haney was named mandatory. So, and that happened 2 weeks after Lomachenko beat Campbell. So it was supposed to be Haney versus Lomachenko for that WBC belt. But then the WBC said, hey, you know what? We're going to go ahead and give you the franchise title as a designation, just like Canelo Alvarez. So when you had Teofimo Lopez win the IBF belt, you know, from Richard Coleman, okay, you can have Lomachenko versus, you know, Lopez, but it's not for undisputed because Lomachenko was given a designation, not the actual title. And so that's that. So that is why Teofimo Lopez is not undisputed, because you can't have a designation be awarded as an actual title. And that is why no other organization recognizes Teofimo Lopez as the WBC champion. And because of that, that's why it's not undisputed.
All right, Major Key, talk to me, bro.
Yeah, man. Look, because I'm about to get out of here anyway. Look, the whole thing about the undisputed, the definition of it is having a belt from one of the four world recognized world sanctioning bodies, right? Which is the WBO, the WBA, the WBC, the IBF. Those are the four recognized sanctioning bodies. So when you're talking about, because we got to remember, you could talk about history, but in history there was no, at the beginning there was none of these belts, and then gradually we got all of these belts. That's why they say, oh, Teofimo undisputed in the 4-belt era. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. You see what I'm saying? Like, so we can't forget that. Everybody just casually wants to forget that because some of their if we just played everything like that, then some of their greatest or their favorite boxers of all time that got those accolades would not get those accolades because they were, those belts that they got were not relevant because they were new. See what I'm saying? Just like when we change rules in any other sport. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, WBC says that the franchise belt is the supreme belt. It's the elevated belt. I understand the confusion. I'm not vouching for the WBC saying that they handled that properly. I don't think that it was a very well thought out process. However, nevertheless, we understand that Teofimo beat the man that beat the man, and that's that. And when they mentioned it a week before the fight, they're not psychic. They didn't know who was going to win the fight. As a matter of fact, if you look at it, it looks like they were expecting Loma to win to begin with, but Loma won. I'm sorry, Teo won, and because of that, he was able to get that transferred to him. So, I'm sorry, Devin never actually got that. You know what I'm saying? Like, Devin right now is still seeking those type of accolades. So what I'm trying to say is that, okay, a rule change, but wasn't very well thought out. But at the end of the day, the right person was called undisputed at the end of that fight, which was Teofimo Lopez. You know what I'm saying? And yes, I understand that now there seems to be disputes. We all could talk about that. This is basically semantics at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? It's basically a matter of, oh, they don't recognize him. Yes, the WBC website. This is like conversation that we've had like 8 months ago after the fight. We all know that the WBC website shows that and all that. But we've also heard Mauricio Suleiman out of his own mouth say that Teofimo is the supreme champion. You know what I mean? And if you haven't seen that, we can bring up many interviews about that, where Mauricio Suleiman, even talking to Bill Haney, has stood by that Teofimo is the supreme champion in that division. So does Haney hold a belt? Yes, he does. But in this particular case, basically what Mauricio has been saying is that he holds a belt that used to be the supreme belt. Now it's no longer the supreme belt. The franchise belt is the supreme belt. So don't argue with me about that. Just talk to Mauricio about that. That's the way I feel about this subject.
All right. Go ahead. Black and Brown is back to you. I think Troy dipped off. Go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know. I got kind of lost with the whole undisputed thing. I was here to talk about Tank Davis. I don't know how the conversations pertains to Tank.
You brought it up. Check the playback. You brought it up.
I know I brought it up because you were using Showtime or whatever other sources you were having to say that Tank Davis was fighting for a championship at 140. And I remember vividly you not wanting to give Teofimo credit for being undisputed when ESPN and the WBC is calling him undisputed. You don't want to use their words, but then you're going to use another source's words when it comes to Tank Davis winning a baby belt at 140. So I was just trying to point out an inconsistency, like, why are we picking and choosing when we're going to listen to networks? You know, like if one network is saying one thing, the other network saying another thing, you can't pick and choose. If you're going to go by what networks are saying, well, then stick to that. ESPN's calling Teofimo undisputed, and Showtime's over here calling Tank Davis a three-division world champion. So, I mean, you got to keep it consistent. That's the reason I bring up undisputed. Now back to we can go around and ask the panel like we did in the beginning. Go around and ask the panel what they think about that belt that Tank Davis just won at 140. Because that's why I'm here, but I'm only here to discuss Tank Davis, really, because that's what you called me out for.
Here's the thing, bro. That franchise title, how many of those are there out there? Because I believe if I'm wrong, y'all kill me in the comments. Y'all can correct me now. If I'm not mistaken, they have a WBA regular and super for every weight class, right? They only have a franchise for 2 weight classes. Am I wrong? Y'all, that's not hyperbole. I'm not. Okay, it's 3. One said 3. It's 3. Who's the third franchise champion?
Well, there is only one that exists right now, currently, as a franchise champion. The other one that was named franchise champion moved up a division to super middleweight. His name is Santos Saul Alvarez Barragan. Yes, Canelo. So there's only one franchise champ. That's
hold
it.
on. So hold on. So
forget about Estrada, bro.
Estrada.
So
the
Estrada
franchise champ.
just did that then.
Okay, so Estrada, Canelo, and TR are the only 3 franchise champions. We were talking about the WBA. And my thing for you, what I was telling you, Black and Brown, is this, brother. We recognize the WBA's regular champ. You call it the baby belt, whatever. We recognized that when Pacquiao had it. We recognized it when Thurman had it for years, while Floyd was super champ. You get what I'm saying? Like, we can't say we don't recognize it now because Tank Davis has it. And more of my situation with you, when I was on your show today, I kept asking you, what does his jewelry have to do with anything? Because your show today was about an hour. You spent about 20 minutes, you know what I'm saying? About a third of your time today talking about Floyd Mayweather's jewelry.
That's not
And
true.
What
That's
else
not
he could have
true,
did?
but go ahead.
Okay, I might be paraphrasing with the time. Might be a little hyperbole there, a little exaggeration. But you spent a damn good amount of time talking about his jewelry, him going to the corner. He should be a trainer. Is he a trainer? Is he a fighter? Is he a promoter? He need to stay in this place. You want to address that?
I addressed it on my show.
Everybody might not have saw it,
I'll
but
address
that's
it
how
here
we got
again. I'll address it here again, and then you're probably going to say I took 20 minutes of your time addressing fucking jewelry. I don't see why a 50-year-old man needs to have a neck full of jewelry standing on the side of the ring talking to a fighter that he doesn't train. Okay, he's the promoter. All right, fine. I give him credit for that, but that gives him the right to interfere with the boxer and the trainer. Since when do we see that happened in a boxing match? I don't think it should have been happening, especially what's he telling him? Hey, you're losing the fight. You're just going to tell him something that we already know? Hey, you're losing the fight. We know that shit. He knows that. His trainer knows it. Let him and his trainer work that out. I don't see why all of a sudden, just because it's Floyd, he gets to interfere. And you don't want to know what's crazy is that we can see visually that it bothered him. Tank did not like that. We see that. But it's crazy that people want to come in and justify it like it's okay. But when it visibly bothered the boxer. But I don't know. And I don't think a 50-year-old, if you want my opinion, a 50-year-old man should be a role model, shouldn't be wearing all them fucking necklaces around his neck when he's 50 years old. That's my opinion, brother. I don't see why it bothered you so much, my opinion about another man. I don't get that part, but go ahead.
Oh, no. I thought it was hating. I'm going to just be clear. I answer your question. I continue. I just thought it was kind of hating. And I was like, why are you talking about
an opinion is hate nowadays.
Now, Black and Brown, I let you talk. I didn't cut you off at all. And like you keep
because look at Mark Nash. You want to know why you didn't cut me off? You want to know why you didn't cut me off, Mark Nash? Because when I'm speaking, I'm not disrespecting you, Mark Nash. That's why. But right when you start to speak to me, instantly, oh, I'm a hater. But go ahead. I'll sit here quiet while you call me a hater.
No. You kind of, I don't know what you was insinuating when you said, I don't know why you got a problem with me hating another man or me commenting on, bro. I'm just trying to speak like you trying to speak, my brother. Simple as that. I'm not cutting you off. But it seems like when I talk, you as soon as you hear something you don't like, you can't control your impulses a little bit. But just bear with me. I'm gonna give you back the floor. I ain't gonna mute your mic. I ain't gonna hang up on you. I ain't gonna cuss you out. You know what I'm saying? But if you feel me saying I thought that was hating as disrespect, you got to get some thicker skin, my brother. Like that's just my opinion. Just like you had your opinion. You had your opinion on another man. I got my opinion on you.
Hey, bro, you're the same person that's getting upset about me cutting you off. But I gotta get thicker skin. I can't even cut you off, bro. You crying about me cutting you off. We're trying to have a boxing conversation, and the second I jump in, oh, you cutting me off. But I gotta get thicker skin. Come on, bro. Is this a boxing conversation? Are we talking about boxing? Or are we talking about ballet dancing? What are we talking about here? Are we talking about fucking tennis or boxing? Which one?
You finished?
Talking about R&B music? Are we talking about R&B music? You want me to slow it down? Should I calm down?
No. Your mic was muted. I just want to make sure you're done.
Are we talking about R&B?
You said I wasn't disrespecting. You was because you You was like, I wasn't disrespecting you when I was talking. My brother,
When you
I'm
call
letting
me
you
a
talk.
hater, bro. I'm not gonna sit here quiet when you call me a hater.
Well, you
bro. It's not
addressed
gonna
it
happen.
once. Well, you addressed
Not
it
gonna happen.
once. Like, but you addressed it once. Are you gonna keep addressing it and never let me speak? Or you want to just keep regurgitating the same thing?
What is this, bro? What is this right here, bro? Hey, bring this same energy. Just bring this to Free Smoke Friday. No rules. We can get it in. All this, I gotta raise my hand to talk. I don't do this shit, Marcus. Why I got my own channel. You want to talk about it? We can talk about it. Me and you, Free Smoke Friday.
So you only want. So you only want it one way.
We don't gotta like gentlemen. We don't gotta act like disdain gentlemen. We don't gotta do all that shit on Free Smoke Friday, bro.
Now, G, what you think that makes a? Well, it's weird, bro, because you ain't got no self-control right now. Just mute your mic and let the man speak.
Self-control now, bro. You want me to have self-control on your channel?
I think you should.
That's why. Hey, that's why I
you
do
know
the
what?
show.
I do want you to have some self-control on my
bro,
channel
because that's how I am, bro.
But that's
it's out of control, bro. I'm not coming to your channel just to be fucking some distinguished gentleman.
So really, you don't want to hear somebody talk. You want to just keep talking.
You call me no hater.
You said that once.
You call me no hater.
But my G, you addressed that, and you still ain't let me talk. Time is rolling, minutes are clicking, and you just don't want nobody to talk no more. So is that what Free Smoke is?
Hater, bro.
So what we do to make this go forward? Because I said that about 3 minutes ago,
let it go,
and I still ain't been able to talk.
All right, let's keep going. Go ahead. I'm on mute. I'm on mute. Go ahead.
I think that's part of the hustle right there. We cut you off and ramble for 3 minutes, so hopefully you'll lose your points, my G. This is insane, right? Like, this is crazy.
You watch my video, and the only you watch my whole video, and your only
you don't know what I'm
your issue, and
you
your
don't
issue
even know because you won't let me talk. You can't control yourself.
Your issue is I was hating on Floyd. I was hating on Floyd's chains. That's your only issue so far. But go ahead.
Why did you have such a problem with the man chain? So what? He's not 50. That was wrong. But yeah, he is older than 40. Why do you care so much? Like, if him going to the corner was illegal, the commission would have stepped in, right? He's not breaking the law. He's different from Bob Arum. He's different from Eddie Hearn. He's different from Don King. He actually went out there and he's done it at the highest level. You get what I'm saying? And never lost. And never lost, my G. I just don't get what's the problem with the guy going over there to help his fighter. What's the problem with that? We can let you speak there. Go ahead.
I already said this. It visibly bothered the fighter. The fighter didn't like it. It's Pop Warner football shit. Coaches arguing back and forth. When do you see that shit? You don't see it very much. I gave my opinion. I gave my opinion about Floyd wearing all them damn chains. I don't think it's a good role. I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's a good role model. He's trying to steal the show. What I'm confused on, how other grown-ass men that I'm not addressing, how they get so bothered by this shit that I put on my channel. I don't get that part. I didn't say not one word about marqnash, not one word about anybody in Atlanta, not one word about fucking a culture, I didn't say nothing about nobody else except Tank and Floyd. But for some reason, you're bothered by that shit. I don't know.
Actually, no. I was cool with your show, and like I said, I love your show. I'm a fan of the show. I'm just more disappointed the way you conducting here. Like we can't speak because you didn't drop your link today, so people couldn't have the free smoke that you're trying to do here. But look, man, here's the thing. Coach Calvin actually came out and said he has no problem with that. He actually said he welcomes it. Did you hear that clip?
Yeah, I heard it, but he's also paid by Floyd, so he's going to say whatever the fuck needs to be said. He's not going to go against Floyd. Come on, Mark. This is one thing that we're doing all of a sudden is we're playing dumb, and I don't know why, but go ahead. I guess you brought me over here to play dumb, but I don't do that shit, so I don't know, brother. Coach Calvin Ford's going to say whatever Floyd wants him to say. What are we doing here? He's paid by Floyd Mayweather. Of course, he's going to let Floyd come and get into the corner. You think he likes that? You think any coach, any trainer likes a promoter coming and get into the middle of him and his fighter? You think a coach likes that? Let's ask Boxing Source. Boxing Source, you think any coach likes the promoter coming and getting in the middle of him and his fighter in the middle of a fight, in the middle of a war? Do you want the promoter coming and getting in the middle of you and your fighter?
Here's the difference. This promoter is a boxer. This promoter has been involved with that man's life ever since he pretty much was off the street in Baltimore. Okay. So the thing about it is, it's a different level of influence from Floyd Mayweather to Gervonta Tank Davis in comparison to the promoters that are out there, or what's going on. Okay, so Floyd Mayweather stepping in, giving tips, doing that type of thing, that's all well and cool. They're cool with it inside the ring. They're cool with it outside of the ring. When Floyd Mayweather speaks, he speaks in the background. He says, you know what? I'm going to be back and chill unless he feels like Tank needs some help. And that's what he basically did at the post-fight press conference. I was there in attendance. That's where they got that pick from. Okay. So that type of relationship that they have between Floyd, Coach Calvin, and Tank, that's just them running the business how they're doing it. Okay. So there's no internal strife. There's no internal problems going on. That's just how they run things. Because this is what they're building for Tank Davis to be that next superstar. When it is time for Floyd Mayweather to step back, he will do that. He just feels like, from a PR standpoint, that Tank Davis is not quite ready for that. Not yet.
I respect that opinion, but I also have an opinion, and I seen what happened there. You said you were there. I seen Tank look over at him and yell back at him and tell him, "You're not my coach."
Okay, that's not what he said.
Okay, so you guys have to understand where I'm coming from with my opinion.
I got you, but Black and Brown, and I don't mean to cut you off, but that's what I was getting to. It's the footage is out there of Coach Calvin saying Tank was upset, not about Floyd talking to him. He said, and I believe this is Ellie setback footage. And he says, Tank was like, "I'm down." What? He was more upset about Floyd coming and telling him, "You're down on the unofficial card." And you can see Coach Calvin. Coach Calvin said, "No, it's unofficial. It's unofficial." He said, "I'm down." He was frustrated. He was mad. It's clips of Floyd saying that too, where his dad and Ellaby tell him, or his uncle and Ellaby tell him, "Man, you got to step it up." He's like, "I'm losing." What is that? You know what I'm saying? It's not what you have interpreted as. That's your opinion. And like, that's why I was on your channel. I was like, bro, maybe you don't have the information. I look at you as a knowledgeable guy. I don't think you're one of those guys that I'm going to die on this hill because I said it and it is what it is. I think when presented new information, you will be like, "Oh, I didn't know that." All right. And some things are just, they are what they are. Super champ versus regular champ. You're right on that. I can't argue with you on that. It's not the superior belt, but it's not the same as the franchise neither, which just got here. It wasn't supposed to be transferable then, but now you got to petition for it. So technically the franchise is an email championship, the same way as we was talking about Devin. You got to petition for it. You got to request, to say, "Hey, we're going to fight for it." So also the footage is out there of Coach Calvin saying that, "Hey, not only do we welcome it, we need it. We ain't got nobody fit." I mean, he was 50-0. I'll play the clip. Shout out to Fred Box Conversations. I know he and I don't agree all the time, neither on certain things, but he played the clip. He didn't let it run too long. He was like, "All right, I was wrong. Let's play it."
No, I don't get what's called. Me and Floyd, we go through that all the time in the gym. Actually, let me explain something to you. It's great to have a guy in the corner that did what he did. He's 50-0.
He said, "Me and Floyd, we go through that all the time." He and Floyd go through that all the time. He was like, it's great to have it in your corner. This guy's 50-0. The guy's in the heat of battle. I don't think that's inaccurate. But go ahead, Black and Brown. I'll let Punch get in after that.
Now you think,
then I'm gonna let Sir Senior.
Now you think just because they do it all the time and Floyd is who he is, you think that makes it right? You think that honestly, you think now just honestly from viewing the sport, you're looking at the sport. You see any coach argue with one of his players across the board. You think it's right? You think it makes it right? Just
Jerry Jones does it though. To answer your question, you had said this on your show, and I put it in the chat earlier. Jerry Jones did it all the time. Some people like it. Some people
on the field though. On the field.
Hell yeah, Jerry Jones will get down there on the field.
He grabs it. He starts yelling at his quarterback on the field. I don't think so, brother. And if I ever seen it, I'd keep the same fucking energy and say that ain't right. That shit is not right. It should be a coach and a player having a conversation, not the fucking general manager, not the owner, not the promoter, anybody. And I'm not saying that shit just because it's Floyd. You know what I mean? I'm saying it because I've seen it visibly affect the fighter in a negative way. So that's where I'm coming from, and I don't think it's right.
He won the fight by knockout. Well, how did it affect
did he not yell back at him? Did he not yell back at him? Were they not having a moment in the corner? Huh?
He said, I'm losing. And Floyd said, I'm just keeping it real with you. I'm keeping it 100. That's my job.
Mark Nash, he told him, you're not my coach. You're seeming to want to ignore that part.
Yeah, I got to hear that part. Maybe I missed that part. I ain't seen that clip. And I could be wrong.
Saying, bro. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you, it wasn't a good look to me. I don't see that shit happen all the time. You know what I mean? You want to give him a pass because it's Floyd. That's cool. You go ahead. I'm still going to be honest from what I'm seeing. I don't see shit like that happening. I don't see Bob arguing with the promoters. I just don't see it, no matter who it is. Floyd, De La Hoya, anybody. Bernard Hopkins is there all the time. Like, come on, man. These dudes, just because it's Floyd and he never lost, his name don't carry more weight than Bernard Hopkins or Oscar De La Hoya. They can do the same thing he does. So Floyd's the only one that can do that. Bernard can't do that.
I ain't say they can't do it. They choose not to. I see the guys yelling instructions all the time. Now, granted, walking over there, that's different. Maybe we don't like that. I get it. It's not illegal. He's not doing nothing wrong. It helped the guy win. You said it affected him in a negative way. Tank knocked him out. He was losing. Floyd did not lie to him. He was losing.
Hey, Mark, what do you tell him? Hit him with the overhand right? What do you tell him? Fake him? What do you tell him? Give him a good feint and then hit him with the overhand right? Is that what he told him? Is that how he helped him win?
He said, you losing. You need to take it to the doghouse. Let people know. What's wrong with that? You need to step it up. You need to take it to the doghouse. Go ahead, sir.
I wouldn't have no problem with it, Mark Nash, if Tank didn't yell back at him and say, "You're not my coach." In the middle of a dogfight, I wouldn't have no problem with it. I feel like that's the coach's job to discuss their game plan, discuss a plan B. You know what I mean? Some real game time shit. Not no yelling. To me, that looked like Pop Warner football shit. That didn't look like no professional boxing shit. If you're losing 6 rounds and you're down in the scorecards, then you need your coach to start talking to you about adjustments and plan Bs and plan Cs. Not fucking.
But Floyd is a coach with him, though. Floyd works with him. Floyd hits the bag with him. He's there in sparring. He knows what he's capable of. He runs the miles with him. Go ahead, Punch Drunk, and then we'll pass it back around. I just want to let everybody get in. Oh shit, Sir Senior. I'm sorry, Sir Senior. Right after Punch Drunk. Go ahead, Punch, and then Sir Senior.
I mean, what's up, everybody? Thanks for having me on the panel. I think
why not? Look. I like this shit, man. Just because we don't agree all the time, don't mean like I ain't gonna let you on the panel. Shit, spit your game, talk your shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is.
Nah, what it is, I think with Floyd Mayweather, he's in a compromising situation, and Calvin Ford as well. Calvin Ford, the last time he opened his mouth, the last time they wanted him not to be the trainer, you know what I'm saying? He got the boot, and they got Kevin Cunningham. And, you know, Gervonta Tank Davis got his coach back because he wanted to stay loyal to his coach, the guy that got him there. Let's be real. Floyd Mayweather never respected Calvin Ford. This is not the first time that Floyd Mayweather done this. He's done it before. And I know people in Las Vegas. I even spoke to Calvin Ford so he could get one of the fighters that I'm helping out, Henji, so he could spar with him. And he be in the gym all the time. They ran their whole camp without Floyd Mayweather. When you see them running a mile or you see them just in the gym one time, that's for the cameras. Floyd Mayweather is not there working with Gervonta Tank Davis. You know what I'm saying? So when it's a crucial time and you in the corner, you need to give instruction, and for in a minute, you got to give those instructions. And y'all already know, if y'all been in boxing, even in sports, those time goes real fast. It may seem like it's 1 minute, but it feels like five seconds. So he needs to give instruction on the fight that he's actually not doing very, very well, that he's actually really getting outboxed. So Calvin Ford needs to give instructions, you know? And I think that, in my opinion, Floyd Mayweather does it for the cameras because you got 3 minutes to give the instruction to Calvin Ford to give to Gervonta Tank Davis. You got 3 minutes to do that. You don't got to do it now when he's sitting down in his time. Now, you got 3 minutes to tell Calvin Ford to be there with Calvin Ford in the corner While he's yo, tell him this when it's on break, tell him this, tell him that, tell him this. The same thing that Gary Russell Jr. dad tells Gary Russell Jr. when he goes up there and needs to tell his brothers what to do. But it's actually his father that's down there, being the coach. He don't got to do that. So that's my opinion. I think he's stepping on Calvin Ford's toes because he doesn't respect Calvin Ford. That's just my opinion of Floyd Mayweather. That's it.
All right, sir, Senior, go ahead, man. I'm gonna let you get in because I know you've been trying to speak for a minute. Your mic's muted, bro. All right, maybe got to keep back in. Hey, Boxing Source, you want to reply to any of that? Some of that I kind of agree with on you. I don't know if you said it just then or Black and Brown. I agree to a point. We seen guys do it all the time. I remember Floyd's father would go talk to the corner while Floyd's fighting. So in between rounds, you can hear him. Sometimes Floyd's father did that too, though, even while he was sitting down. Maybe that's the nature. You get what I'm saying? But we can't say it didn't help the guy. Now, granted, Black and Brown say he's seen footage of Tank saying, "You're not my coach." I didn't hear that. I haven't seen that footage. That hasn't hit me. But what's going on here is the guy is successful. The guy has helped Tank become a pay-per-view star. In my opinion, am I wrong? Do y'all agree? Disagree?
I think he's a pay-per-view attraction, not a pay-per-view star yet. You got to see when the last number came out, because the Leo Santa Cruz number is not a pay-per-view star. That's just a pay-per-view attraction.
Those are semantics, in my opinion. Attraction, star.
Leo Santa Cruz is 200,000. That's not a pay-per-view star. That's actually a pay-per-view attraction. Anybody can do a pay-per-view event. Chris Arreola and Andy Ruiz, that's not a pay-per-view. They're not really pay-per-view star, but they just put on pay-per-view. You understand what I'm saying? Like if you go to fight,
fair enough. That was fair enough. That was a good example right there. That was a perfect example because they weren't pay-per-view stars. Perfect example. Good example. Yeah. You see how easy I can be swayed sometimes when presented new evidence. It's not hard to say, "Hey, I might have been wrong about that." That was 1,000,000% right. But also that was a pay-per-view event. Like it was Cinco de Mayo time. Andy Ruiz coming off a loss. Off a big fight. So yeah, I get it. But yeah, that wasn't a pay-per-view star. However, I don't think neither one of those guys' next fight is going to be on pay-per-view. Javante is back-to-back pay-per-view. Javante was on the Conor McGregor undercard. He was on the Mayweather Pacquiao undercard, right? The guy has been on Floyd Mayweather's cards for a minute. He has a fan base. He didn't do this. So he didn't do this in a hometown. He did this in Atlanta.
I do give that to Javante Tank Davis. He does have a loyal fan base, and to be honest, and I said this yesterday, his loyal fan base actually loves him. I think he got a more loyal fan base than even Floyd Mayweather ever had. He had a fan base that hated him, but Javante Tank Davis has a fan base that actually loves him.
Who said correct? Go ahead, Boxing Source. Go ahead, smoke a bag of this.
Yeah, two comparisons there by Punch Drunk that was on point. The thing there with Ruiz and Areola being a pay-per-view, like they had to make that a pay-per-view due to Ruiz's price tag. So in order to try to make that up, they had to put it on pay-per-view. So no, he's not a pay-per-view star, but he had to be on pay-per-view to make it like a pay-per-view attraction or event, just to make up for how much Ruiz costs. But the thing with Tank Davis being a guy that's being supported, yep, that's right, because he's been the guy that everyone in Baltimore is basically backed up here. And so regardless of where he goes, there's going to be, a good amount of fans, significant amount of fans that are going to follow him and root for him. The last time he was in Atlanta for the Gamboa fight, they had about 4 or 5 buses coming down from Baltimore to see him. And then people make Atlanta for that Gamboa fight. This time around, you had pretty much a whole lot of folks from the DMV come down. Like I said before here on this podcast, like I know a few people that came from the DMV to watch Tank Davis fight there in Atlanta. So Mayweather really didn't have that he had to build his profile up by being the villain. Kind of like making him the villain against, like a Oscar De La Hoya or against Arturo Gatti. But once he was the villain in Oscar De La Hoya fight and got that win, people were against him ever since. But that's how he made his money, by playing the villain role. Here with Tank Davis, they really don't have to do that. And that's key for him because he'll be able to be, a box office or, gate attraction regardless of where he goes. So they're building him up to be a pay-per-view star, but they don't need to build him up as a villain because he has enough support as it is.
I'm gonna let Sir Senior get in. He keeps trying to get in. I think his mic keep clicking off. Sir, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
All right, I'm gonna let Sir Senior get his bars off. But before I do, I just want to say, look, Tank Davis ain't no super nice guy. He got into boxing because his Calvin's somebody brought him to the gym because he was out there fighting. Comes from a family, a broken home, mom drug addict. He's in the streets, bro. He's not and he get in trouble catching cases. He's not the Andre Ward of the the lightweight division. Let's be clear with he's playing the villain. I don't think he's playing. I don't think he's playing. I think he really out there. He does what he does. I heard him talk real tough talk. Some people didn't like that neither when he was giving threats out. I think he had some problems with Charlos at the time. He said something about them. He said, yo, you lay a hand on me, you'll never box again in your life. And I swear to that, you'll never box again in your life. You lay a finger on me. Like, this is not super nice guy. This is not Choir Boy from 5 Heartbeats, yo. So I just want to put that to bed early. And the villain sells. Floyd Mayweather, that's the green print. The villain sells. Go ahead, Sir Senior, and then we'll open it back up.
All right, salute marqnash. Salute
to you.
Everybody on the panel. I just wanted to jump in real quick. I found it funny that everybody got a problem with Floyd, but they didn't have a problem when Floyd was the inspiration to get him into boxing on how he was and get him back focused on boxing. When he was out there and he was getting in trouble, and they was like, well, where's Floyd at to get him focused on boxing? Why Floyd ain't got him and get him from, grabbing up his girl and all the other type of stuff he got into. And this is not the bash Davis, because we all got, life issues or problems or whatever. But when Floyd came in and helped him refocus, it was all good. But now they got something slick to say. But whenever some other announcer, promoter, who don't even help train the fighter, who don't take the fighter up under their wing, gets all in the front and do their PDD thing, it's okay. I always find that interesting. But that's the reason why. It's the same reason why Floyd had to turn from Pretty Boy Floyd, being the nice guy, saying how much he loved the Lord and how he's trying to get his life together, to Money Mayweather, where he's the villain. Somebody always got something hateful to say. Why you can't just give the man his props? He went over, he told Tank what he had to tell him to get his mind right so he can get the knockout like he wanted. That's the purpose of a trainer. That's the purpose of a promoter. That's the purpose of anybody on your team. That's the purpose of the fan in the stand, is to give you that inspiration so you can be the best version of you. So let's get somebody who is messing up their people, who's not telling them the right thing to do. Let's, kick Bomac in the shin for telling him not to sign. But it seemed like Bomac was smarter since now they got legal trouble. But that's a whole nother conversation for another day.
Go ahead, Mr. Moonshine himself. Go ahead.
No, what I wanted to say, actually, Gervonta Tank Davis did get in trouble while he was saying that, he helped him back up. Remember, right after the Leo Santa Cruz fight, he had to hit and run. So he actually
I won't gonna say it yet, but go ahead. You got the
But this is my why I'm saying what I'm saying it's because I see the lack of respect and I see the lack of credit given to Calvin Ford. So when we see the Javante Tank Davis from the slums and stuff like that, if it wasn't for Calvin Ford, there wouldn't be no Javante Tank Davis. Javante Tank Davis had 200 plus amateur fights. Javante Tank Davis was going to be a pro no matter what. Maybe not at Mayweather Promotions, but he was going to be a pro. Maybe not where he's at right now, where everybody's clamming all over him, but he was going to be a pro. He was going to be a good one at that too. The thing that I'm saying is because the lack of Calvin Ford. Calvin Ford done the work, and not just as a trainer, but also as a father figure. The more we give credit to Calvin Ford and the things that he's done in Baltimore in that gym for more kids, then it will help out more kids. It actually will help out more Calvin Ford for him to become that type of promotional trainer, like Roach is for Top Rank or Salas. You know, you get recommended as a trainer. But if you don't give him no props, we don't know who's his trainer. He don't even talk. They don't even give him the mic so he can even speak in the last 2 press conferences because they hog it up. It's their time. It's Javante Tank Davis and Calvin Ford's time.
Shit, I would think that it was Floyd Mayweather's time. We're just sitting here talking about Floyd and how everybody's hating on Floyd. I don't see why an opinion nowadays, it instantly got to be hate. That's just crazy, bro. It's just a fucking opinion. It's not hate. I respect everything Floyd's done. I watched his whole fucking career. I never hated the man. Never hated the man. But if I have an opinion about the man and about the sport of boxing, something that's going on in the sport of boxing, it shouldn't instantly be hate. But that's just the times we live in.
Bro, Calvin Ford had to go live on IG to explain all the things that they did because they wouldn't even ask him a question when he get the shine. That's what I'm about. Is their shine. Just like Eddie Reynoso and Canelo Alvarez, Eddie Reynoso, Canelo, Pacquiao, Roach, Javante Tank Davis, Calvin. It's not Javante Tank Davis, LRB, or Javante Tank Davis, Floyd. It's their time. That's what I'm about. Not hating on Floyd, but it's their time. They got to know it's their time.
Well, that's the way you look at it, Punch. They look at it as this is a victory for Mayweather Promotions. This all started also, let's be clear, this all started with a dream from the guy who was also out there fighting. And as far as Black and Brown talking about having an opinion about boxing, we talking about punches thrown, landed. That's another thing. When we start saying, hey, this guy is too old to be wearing that much jewelry, it's other things he can be doing with that money. You don't need that much jewelry. That has nothing to do with Tank Davis. That has nothing to do with the sport of boxing. That's your personal opinion and your dislikes with this man.
He's a boxer. He's a professional boxer who I followed his entire career, and I was tuning in to his show on Showtime. So I don't see why I mean, come on, man. And I never said there was not something else he should be doing with his money. I never said that part. You just put that in there on your own.
Well, I'll check the playback. I'll check the playback on your show. Hey, look, and if I'm wrong, I'll apologize. Shit, I even send you a $10 cash app to say I'm sorry and to show you the love because, you know, I support your show. But if I'm right, I'm going to take the clip and I'm going to put this clip together.
Nash, let me say this right quick. I'll go on mute. Listen, go back to the fight and listen to what Calvin Ford was saying and listen to the punches he was telling Javante Tank Davis to throw. And then tell me the punches that actually got Mario Barrios out of there.
And you're saying that
I just watched the clip.
And you're saying
that whole part about where go ahead. Black and Brown was saying that he said, "Oh, you're not my trainer, you're not my coach." I never heard that because I replayed it like while I guess that was probably why my mic was messing up. I was playing that the whole time, and he never said that. There's dozens of people on YouTube right now, let alone Facebook, Instagram, who blatantly broke down word for word, slow motion, that whole little conversation, and where their content was saying, okay, well, either Floyd just gave him the energy that he needed to go ahead and put him in the right headspace, which I agree with. He gave him, if it was true or not, it was what he needed to hear because he went in there and he handled business. But I never heard him say that you're not my coach. He was actually said that he was talking more about how is he down. how am I down? How they got me down? I've knocked them down twice. That's what he was saying.
They were having that conversation way before the first knockdown went. That conversation happened early in the fight, like in the 5th round, brother, way before any knockdown had happened. It happened the first time he approached the corner. The very first time he approached the corner is when that happened. Rounds before any knockdown had happened.
Yeah, remember there was a couple of times. Remember Floyd Mayweather was touching his glove to get his attention. There was a couple of times Floyd Mayweather was trying to get his attention.
And see, and in the arena, we might have missed some of that because we saw Tank fight. Because I don't know if you guys are talking about this, but it was times where Tank was fighting and he looked over to the side and was saying something in real time. We just thought he was stunting. We seen Floyd do it. We seen Roy Jones do it. So we thought he was just stunting, like blah blah blah. So you're saying, is that when he said it in the fight, or was it in the corner? Because I'm surprised that clip ain't viral right now. You're not my coach. Tank Davis tells Floyd, "You're not my coach." I'm trying to find it right now. If anybody out there got the link or they know where I can find it, let me know. I'll be glad to address it.
But I'd like to know too, because I was there, like you were saying, when Tank was looking away during the rounds. Like, you know, I thought he was just, you know, showboating or whatever it is and whatnot. But yeah, I've not seen anything where, you know, he would say something like that. And something of that magnitude, like you said, it would have been viral or somewhat viral, or it would have like rubbed off in the interactions that they had in the post-fight press conference. I didn't really see that in the vibes in that press conference. So yeah, that's something that I would have to see myself.
Yeah, but that's basically what I was saying, man. I didn't see that. And I've heard people saying he should just leave Mayweather Promotions. He should start doing his own thing. Take control of your career. Man, he was a co-promoter for this event. He's getting paid, man. And like I said, man, it's not like he's just, okay, well, he sold some tickets, but the pay-per-view didn't sell. I don't know what the pay-per-view is going to do, because you know, boxing is one of those things. Once it happens, it's over. The clip is online. You can't buy the pay-per-view no more. It's not like you can go back and buy it to re-show your support. Like, oh, I didn't know the fight was gonna be that good. Let me buy it now. You get what I'm saying? But the guy, at the end of the day, I don't think he has a Lego legacy, Black and Brown.
I'm glad you brought that part up, because that was
I just want to bring it back.
That was the main part of my video. But
Black and Brown, and Black and Brown. I feel like you feel disrespected in some way.
I don't. I promise you.
I promise I don't. That's not my intention, and I apologize wholeheartedly.
But hey, it's a good, wholehearted boxing conversation, Mark. We're good. Let's keep going.
Yeah. But I don't do my show like that, where I just let people just keep rambling and cutting people off.
I got you.
I don't think it made the best listening experience.
My bad, Mark. That's why I do my show like that, because that's how I am as a person. You know what I mean? I get
that shit off.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. I got you. It's all good, brother. I've calmed down. We're talking boxing. Let's get back to this Lego legacy, though. I'm saying,
explain that for my audience who didn't catch the
it.
show. And I'm a shout out to my girl Patricia. She dropped your link. She dropped your link as well, Punch. She dropped your link, Boxing Store. Yo, she's a worker bee, man. She's a queen bee to me.
Appreciate that.
She a queen bee to me, but she's a worker bee in this chat. She if you on the panel, she gonna put your chat up there. If we talking about something, 9 times out of 10, she'd go try to find the link. You get what I'm saying? You can't pay enough for that. But go ahead, Black and Brown. Explain this Lego legacy.
I'm gonna try to make it quick. We know before the fight, Leonard Ellaby goes out there and says, Tank ain't chasing legacy, he's chasing money. That's one red flag. We look at Tank's opponents. Tank does not go after the top opponents in any division he touches down at. He does not go after the top opponents. We've seen that. We know that. He's going after these baby belts. And a lot of Tank fans don't know the difference between what belts is what. They don't know the difference, so they just see a belt. And when I say Lego legacy, I'm also trying to give Tank some type of credit for even building a legacy, which boxers in today's day and age, 33, 32, 34 years old, they cannot build a legacy or a fan base. So I am giving Tank a little bit of credit, at least for building some type of legacy, building a fan base, keeping that fan base happy when other boxers in today's age can't do that shit. But the legacy he is building, he's beating up on low, mid-level talent boxers. So if anybody else wants to disagree with that, I'll be happy to sit here and listen and learn, because from what I've seen over the last 3 years, Tank has beat nothing but low-level fighters. He has not beat any top champions. He hasn't unified any top boxers in any division he touches down on. He has not fought. That's why I call it a Lego legacy.
I wouldn't consider Leo Santa Cruz low or mid-level fighter. I think Leo Santa Cruz is amazing. What is he, like a 3-time, 4-time champion? Well, he was trying to get a 4th title. Or I don't think Leo's no walk in the park.
But let's be honest on what Leo was. Leo was a champion at 126, but Tank fought him at 130 and took his belt from him at 130 when Leo never even touched 130. But okay, like I said, Mark Nash, like I said, he's not a top guy in the division. Go ahead.
But look, we can't have it go. Who's that? Punch, I'm gonna let you go, but we can't have it both ways. We can't say Tank eating his way out of the division. That's why he's fighting at 140. But he met Leo. That's a catch weight. He dropped down 5. Leo came up 4. Some always argue is the guy who's coming up has the advantage because he don't have to make weight. He get to eat an extra taco, extra steak, extra mashed potatoes. He can have a beer. Hey, look, I saw Barrios in the lead up to this fight. Barrios was eating steak on the little backstage shit they was having for All Access. I was like, how's he eating steak and gonna make 140 as a grown man? I know Tank is probably eating lettuce salads, no dressing, no tomato, no nothing, just straight lettuce bowls. So we can't have it both ways, saying, okay, well, he's moving. Like, that was a big fight for Leo, and that was a big fight for Tank. No different from what I remember Chad Dawson came down to fight Andre Ward. You know, I mean, he lost, but sometimes the guy comes down to fight the smaller guy and loses. It's not like that was a gimme fight for Tank Davis. But I'll go ahead and open it back up. I don't know if I'm talking too much. Go ahead.
I was going to say that a lot of these fighters, past, present, even the guys that we think they was like on some great image type of fighters, they're all really fuck ups. It's not Gervonta Tank Davis. It's just not him. Even Roberto Duran gained like 50 pounds in between the Leonard fights. You know, these guys are fuck ups. But what kept these guys in the past that was fuck ups, even Sugar Ray Leonard, who was a coach, even Oscar De La Hoya, all these dudes did their thing, is that they went to training camp very, very serious, knowing they're about to battle a killer. How you keep these guys prepared, how you keep these guys hungry, is to give them the type of opponents that's going to keep them in the gym and stay hungry. What did Adrian Broner say after his last fight? He's begging, please give me fights, keep me in the gym. What he was saying, I don't know what else. I don't do nothing else. You need to be in the gym. So Gervonta Tank Davis, I'd rather them build him a legacy, give him the type of opponents that's going to keep him in the gym, is going to keep him hungry, keep him in the gym. And it's not like we asking so much for Gervonta Tank. Matter of fact, it's not Gervonta Tank Davis. We're not asking so much for Mayweather Promotions, because it's not like we put in Gervonta Tank Davis and we want to see him there with killers. They ain't no killers. Haney's not a killer, but we want to see him with him. Ryan Garcia's not really a killer yet. Shakur Stevenson is not a killer. You know what I'm saying? He's actually the killer. Teofimo Lopez, yeah, both of them got power, so you can match them up. Lomachenko as well. You know what I'm saying? But it's not a lot of killers. We're not asking for so much for Mayweather Promotions to put them in there with guys that we even feel that is a 50-50 fight, or he could actually beat these guys. That's all I'm saying. We're not asking so much as fans to build the legacy for Gervonta Tank Davis.
But got to have a dance part in the Punch.
It was a bunch of people,
and there's a lot of dancing.
That he was going to lose this fight.
Right. So speak on that, sir.
So many people who said he was going to lose this fight. He jumped too high up. He thought he was cherry picking, but it's going to go wrong, and all this other kind of stuff. I mean, Mario Barrios was no bum. He was undefeated, and he got a nice punch on him. So very simply, for people to sit here and say now that because he knocked them out, it's something else. It was so many people I'm talking about from other boxers, announcers on YouTube or on, as they say, the main channels that was all saying that Tank was going to lose this fight. He was barely going to scrape by. He's going to get hurt and all this. He might get knocked out. All these things. Everybody had so much to say until Tank got in the ring and beat him. And then all of a sudden, oh, well, he wasn't that good. Come on, man. Keep the same energy.
Did people say it? Did people say it because it was because of skill for skill, or did people say it because we feel like Tank Davis, he has this persona that is not dedicated the way that he should, or is not focused? Because I don't think matching up with look, nobody did no content with Mario Barrios. You could check all over the place. In the last year, nobody did a solo content on how special Mario Barrios is. We don't even talk about him in 140. We talk about Regis Prograis, Josh Taylor, Ramirez. Man, I've heard Brandon Lee's name more than I heard Mario Barrios.
Stop.
Let's be serious. All right, the promotion got the people. The promotion got the people when they promoting the fight. Nobody was talking about Mario Barrios. Let's be honest here. Especially with his last performance. Nobody thought he was special. Come on. And if we think so, for somebody forward me the video this past year that anybody said, yo, man.
Look, not necessarily just because a content creator didn't do it, don't mean the guys in the chat won't bet money, guys coming on the panel. Like look, we have Shelton Moore up here. He had 100 on it. He even came to the fight.
No, I'm saying before.
You know what I'm saying? And he co-hosts with Coach Malachi. He had Barrios. But you're right. He didn't make a solo video.
No. I'm saying before it was contractual to fight. Before we knew that Gervonta Tank Day was going to fight him, who was paying attention to Mario Barrios? Who? Come on, let's be serious. We be in this every day.
Hold on. Punch. Ask the question one more time. I didn't have my finger on the drop. Go ahead. Ask the question one more time.
Before the contractual fight, who was talking about Mario Barrios? We in this every day.
You're right. Right. I'm sorry.
Here's the thing with Mario Barrios, right? Like, yeah, he had that version of the 140-pound title. People saw him as part of the card for Tank Davis versus Santa Cruz, right? And when he had that win over Ryan Carl to defend that title, the thing that people were saying that was going to happen with Mario Barrios was that he could be in position to fight someone like Regis Prograis for that belt. So nobody really expected Mario Barrios to be chosen as an opponent for Gervonta Tank Davis. But once that announcement was made, some people were thrown off by it. But as far as like people picking Barrios, there were very, very, very few. They were picking Barrios to win over Gervonta Tank Davis. And the only reason why they kind of leaned towards Barrios was only because of the thing with his height and what he did or what he had done when he was at 140 pounds. And that's pretty much it.
Bro, let's be honest.
Outside of that, outside of that, from a talent standpoint, they really didn't say that, like he has abilities to really give Gervonta Davis some trouble. It was mainly because of his height,
his weight, and the weight. But also he's an undefeated champion. He has more than 50% of his wins by knockout. How about this though? I saw Punch was trying to speak, but Punch, let's be clear. More people had Barrios winning than had Nakatani winning against Loma. Because the odds for that fight was like 8-1, $10 to win you $80 or 100 wins you 800. If you was betting on Nakatani, you didn't have those same kind of odds with Barrios.
Bro, I think
It's funny. It's funny that
Ivan Redcatch, and they had their little, sparring thing. That fight would have probably would have sold more with Redcatch.
I ain't gonna say all of that. Not I ain't gonna say all that. Now that somebody said punches all cap. Somebody said I have candy in my van.
Come on, guy.
Hey, look, I have candy in my van. That's a crazy ass name, yo. I can't with you.
Come on.
Nah.
Let's be serious.
That's a troll right there. They new to the show, Punch. You brought them over.
Okay, now let's not lie. You know that nobody was talking about Mario Barry. They was even talking about Redcatch and them fighting for real one time. Come on.
But I'm trying to tell you guys. Go ahead, Sir Senior. I'm just saying Mario Barrios has he brought like 200, 300 people just from San Antonio. That was just his people, not counting all the Hispanics that bro, I've been to fights here in Atlanta when they had Gamboa. I've been to local matches here where we have all the time. However, this time right here, bro, it was just a different energy. People thought Mario Barrios might do it, man. And there was some black guys too. It's not just all Hispanic. Some people just like to upset the apple cart. They like the underdog. Go ahead, Sir Senior.
But it's funny, man. Like, it was lots of people who actually said that. It won't know just a couple. It was lots of people that were saying that there was going to be a big test for Tank. And then when Loma fought Nakataka Tuki, everybody was like, oh, well, that's a good fight. But who expected Tuki to beat Loma? Nobody. The best thing I heard people say was he has an old, shout out to Reggie Owens, he has an old Shaolin monk name. And that was him being funny. That was it. Like so Barrios winning was actually a talking point. Nobody was saying Nakataki was going to win. And Loma didn't even do a great job beating him.
I don't know about that.
Oh, come on.
He didn't do a great job.
Play one of your skits.
Hold on.
Play that Menace in Society clip.
He didn't do a great job beating him compared to, if you're saying comparing what the ratings were.
Hold on, fam. Hold on.
Silence.
Listen. Loma washed that dude. Let's be clear.
Yes,
if Tank washed
that's what I'm saying.
Didn't lose a round.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody expected that.
No, but you hold on. No. Sir Senior, let's be clear. We got here because you said Loma didn't even what were your words? I don't want to mix words.
I said he did not do a great job compared to what people expected. Everybody.
Oh shit!
Everybody expected him to win. So it wasn't like a surprise. Nobody was surprised. Oh my God, Loma looked good. Nobody was surprised.
I disagree, brother. I disagree. Who
was surprised?
I was surprised. I was
surprised that Loma looked good against Nakataki.
I just want to say. I want to say. Hold on. I want to say one sentence, and I'll let. Man, mute your mic. You gonna keep laughing that hard. It was funny, but it wasn't that goddamn funny. But I appreciate you like the drop. Hey, I just want to say this one line. You're only as good as your last fight. Based off Loma's last performance or lack thereof versus the takeover, Teofimo Lopez. I won money on that fight. I'm not a Lopez hater. I won money on that fight. I never bet on boxing online in my life, black and brown. I called Mike on sports, say, how do y'all be doing this shit? Because Lomachenko gonna lose to Lopez. I got at least a dub on it. I don't know if I want to add more to it, and I end up betting 40, but I should have just bet on the win. But I bet on the knockout, and I bet another 20 on the win. You know, I'm a TO fan for life because I won money my first time gambling and boxing. Like, you know what?
I bet on that same fight, same thing, first bet, the whole nine. Bro, I just knew Lopez would win that fight.
I just want to say this before I forget it. You're only as good as your last fight. Based off what I saw him not do against Tio, I was like, man, shit, I was this close to betting at least $10 on it. I was like, $10 to win me 80. That's better than a scratch off. You know what I'm saying? Let me try this. But no, I did not expect Loma to look like vintage Loma after what I saw against Lopez. Go ahead, Punch. I know you definitely be in the Lopez camp. And shout out to Team Lopez for everything they do for the sport of boxing and allowing us to talk to him here on the YTBC. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, no, I forgot what I was about to say.
No, we was talking about how Loma. He said nobody expected Loma to look that good.
Yeah. Nah. I
said nobody expected Loma to look bad against him.
I was expecting Loma to outbox him, but I wasn't expecting him to stop Nakatani. I ain't see that one. I ain't see that coming. To stop Nakatani, nah, I ain't see that coming. But you know, it was a great performance. It was a statement performance. Put it that way. If you want somebody to make a statement, that was a statement performance.
And yeah, y'all can go and speak. I just want to say shout out to DJ. I was able to connect with him at the fight. Super cool brother, super cool dude. Hey, I mean, I would have brought you a t-shirt, but I didn't know if I had you know what I'm saying, enough fabric. You know what I'm saying? Because DJ probably like a 5X, you know what I'm saying? So it's all love, my brother. I wish you nothing but the best. Thank you so much for chopping it up with us. Had a drink with the brother. We enjoyed a good night of boxing right here face to face. So yeah, man. That's why I like this YouTube shit, man, because it's dope to connect with these guys. And that's why I tell guys, you got to be careful sometimes what you say, because if you plan to be out here in these streets, going to these fights and these events, you're gonna meet people, bro. And you got to stand on that same shit you was talking on that internet. That's why I keep it 1,000 with you. If I fuck with you, I do. If I don't, I don't. And I can just keep it moving, my brother, because it's gonna be some furniture moving if I keep it going with you. So I just keep the shit moving, man. He said, yeah, it's 3X. but yeah, man. I'm just saying, man, and I can land the plane with this, man, or we can go as long as y'all want to go. I really think some of the hate that Tank Davis, and we'll do an episode one day about that. Some of the most overused words in boxing: ducking, you're a hater, fanboy, clout chasing. You know what I'm saying? Those kind of things. We kind of overuse some of those words too much in the boxing community. And if I misused it today, bum, he's a bum. You get what I'm saying? If it was that easy to be a champion, Gabe Rosado would have been a champion. Luis Arez would have been a 3-time champion. It's not as easy as you think. But I'll open the floor back up, and then, man, we can go and land this plane. I try not to make the episodes too long because I know people don't want to hear a 7-hour broadcast.
I think the people picking Nakatani and the people picking Barrios to win was pretty much even across the board. Not very many people were picking Barrios, and not very many people were picking Nakatani. And I think they both boxers, Tank and Loma, both performed. They put on great shows inside the ring, amazing performances, both of them. I'm not comparing those performances at all, man. I'm not comparing those performances. I thought they both did their thing. My only gripe with Tank is that I'm ready for him to step his competition up. And if some fans, if they want to sit here and be okay with these type of competitions, then that's fine. That's cool. That's their opinion. Me, I'm not. I'm going to keep on putting pressure on him to step his game up. I see how good the young man is. You'll never hear me go to my channel. You never hear me discredit his abilities inside the ring, what he does to his opponents. I don't do that, but I do criticize his opponents. The opponents he chooses to pull inside the ring, I do criticize because I know the young man can do better. I got a lot of faith in the young man, and I think he can challenge himself and he can become a unified champion. He can become undisputed like Josh Taylor. He can become unified like Teofimo Lopez. He don't have to keep fighting these dudes bouncing around from division to division. He could just call one division home and unify. That's what I would like for the young man to do. If he doesn't do it and his fans love it still, hey, good for them and good for him. I'm just one guy with a channel. I would like for him to step his game up a little bit and become a unified champion in one of these divisions.
But Black and Brown, Josh Taylor just made undisputed.
Yeah, but he was unified before that.
That ain't what my point was.
He beat Regis Prograis.
I get you all of that. I get you. I feel you. And you right. You right. He beat Regis Prograis. And you know what? It wasn't on pay-per-view.
It was on the zone.
It was on the zone. How about this? Let me give you a round of applause.
Let's give another round of applause. Let's give another round of applause for Tank for fighting on pay-per-view. Let's not stop there.
And look, and that's what I'm going with. That was my point, my brother. Like, that's what Leonard Ellerby was talking about. We said, yes, Josh Taylor undisputed, but other than them belts, he don't bring none to the table. Floyd been telling us for years, my kids can't eat no belts.
Mark, do you agree?
The fans ain't gonna look. The belt ain't gonna be able to pay my rent when my career is over with. So yes, Josh Taylor's undisputed, but Tank Davis is on pay-per-view again. He's selling out a arena that ain't even known for boxing. He's making Atlanta. Hold on, man. This is important. He is making Atlanta like a new place for boxing in the South, man. So the people right here on the East Coast can travel up and down. Like, okay, I can't go to New York, but man, I'm right here in Virginia, South Carolina. You know what I'm saying? I'm right here in Florida. I'm gonna drive up to see Tank. I'm gonna drive down to see Tank. I'm right here in Tennessee. I'm gonna go over and see Tank. Like, and it ain't even about seeing Tank, in my opinion. Some of it is because he is a knockout artist. It's not. Let's not forget, if the guys don't belong in there with him, he get them out of there black and brown. It's not like he's having life and death with these guys. We getting split draws, majority draws. He getting cut up and beat up. And Floyd and Leonard have already said, if you don't like the competition, get mad at me. Get mad at Floyd. We make those decisions. Tank don't. Yeah, he the co-promoter on the event, but he don't make those decisions. We the matchmakers.
Can I ask you a question?
You got it.
When you just repeated Leonard Ellerby's question, Leonard Ellerby's statement when he said Josh Taylor don't bring nothing to the table. My question to you, everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat, do you guys agree with that statement? It's easy, yes or no.
Go ahead, boxing sword search senior, and I'll answer last while I wait for the chat to answer.
Okay. In reference to that, they feel like he doesn't bring much to the table because regardless of who Tank fights, they're going to bring the same crowd. They're going to bring the same interest regardless. So that's where Leonard Ellerby is coming at with that. So with that being said, that is why as matchmakers, they're really not going to have him fighting those other guys just yet. Not the Taylors, but I'm talking about the guys at 135. Because those guys at 135 are the ones that are going to really take Tank over the hill or over the top as far as like popularity, financials, or overall recognition. So as of right now, what they're doing is, what they're planning is that they're going to put him in against guys like a Mario Barrios, or against maybe a Rolly Romero, or against maybe a Rancis Barthélemy, so to speak. They're 140 pounds because they know that they could make money having Tank Davis fight regardless of who the opponent is. So with the thing with Josh Taylor, you have the issue of, hey, wait a minute, who's Josh Taylor under? Top rank? Nah, that's not going to work out, at least not at this particular point, because it wouldn't make financial sense. It's in-house fighting, and that's what they're doing. No different than any other promotional organization that's out there. They all do in-house fights. They all have their guys fighting each other, and then when the time is right, then they will work together to make a cross-promotional fight. That's the only time that it happens. But if it doesn't make sense, they're not going to make the fight. I know as a fan, we want to see the best fights available. But if they don't feel like it's going to happen, then it's not going to happen. And that's how it is.
Yeah, but I was waiting for a yes or no answer. I mean,
what was the question again? Because I ain't gonna lie.
You agree with Leonard Ellerby's statement that someone like Josh Taylor brings nothing to the table?
Oh, right. That was the question. He said Josh Taylor brings nothing to the table because I guess I don't think Josh Taylor fighting Barrios would have been pay-per-view though. You get what I'm saying?
Can't get an answer. I don't know why we go back to money and pay-per-view. Just answer the question.
When you say, look, because I'm gonna let
that's the answer is about money. They're talking money. They're not talking about legacy or getting undisputed or anything like that. They're talking money.
So
Money wise, he brings nothing to the table. No, he don't bring nothing to the table.
So do you agree with that statement? Yes or no?
I agree. He don't bring nothing to the table money wise.
I see. I'm looking. You guys are totally ignoring Josh Taylor's 4 fucking belts, and it's crazy to me that you're gonna sit here as boxing fans and agree with that bullshit. But it shows what you guys are following. You're bringing up pay-per-view sales, you're bringing up money, and you're totally ignoring Josh Taylor's 4 belts. But it shows why you're so attracted to Tank Davis, because he has nothing to do with them 4 belts. It's all about money, pay-per-view numbers. But I see what kind of panel I'm dealing with and where we're going with this shit. Because to
it's
me,
funny that you're sitting here talking about something you don't know nothing about.
Because to me,
my favorite fighter is Bud Crawford.
To me, Josh
who doesn't
Taylor
make a bunch of money,
everything to the table.
He's had those same 4 belts that Josh Taylor got.
Josh Taylor brings everything to the table.
And look, and I get what both of you guys are saying. Let me answer your question now, Black and Brown. And aspects of what you're saying and what I feel. And sir just touched on it. I think you guys were talking over each other, so you might have missed that part. But he said he was like, look, Terrence Crawford is his favorite fighter, and Terrence Crawford brings a lot to the table, and some would say he brings nothing. You get what I'm saying? So he says he's not all about the numbers and all of that. But what we're trying to do, we're trying to put ourselves in. You're asking us about our opinion, or are you asking about what Leonard Ellaby might be thinking? Because I can see Leonard Ellaby's position.
My question was so easily and clear.
Right. Yeah, right.
Do you disagree or agree with Leonard Ellaby's statement?
Okay, and here's the thing. And to answer your question fully, I got to put it all in perspective. To me, it matters. To Leonard Ellaby, it doesn't matter. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not going to say Leonard Ellaby is wrong. And I'm not going to say I'm necessarily right. But he's 1,000% right. Lisa Bells was in the chat. She was like, she disagreed with Floyd talking about legacy, saying, I can't feed my kids' legacy. Let me put it on the screen. Floyd Mayweather has paid for funerals for a lot of legendary fighters. God rest their soul. You get what I'm saying? Because of the money. The money does matter when it's all said and done. Yeah, Corrales was a great fighter. But when it was all said and done, Floyd Mayweather stepped in and helped out. Chico Hernandez, Gennaro Hernandez. Floyd, yeah, he was a legend, but you can't feed your kids no belts. So a lot of times when these guys don't fight each other, when we think they should fight each other, like I was talking to Coach Malachi, and I said this. Yes, he didn't fight Loma when Loma was calling him, and I thought he should have fought Loma. I wanted to see it, but you know what? A side matters to Floyd Mayweather, and it matters in the perception. It matters in your cut. They'll slice of the pie. You pick the gloves. You pick the arena. You pick the judge. The A side matters. And Tank didn't have the leverage. They're building leverage for Tank Davis. So now he can say, so they can't say about Tank Davis what they're saying about Bud Crawford when it's time to fight, when it was time to fight Spence. You can't say, well, what's your pay-per-view numbers? What's your gate? What you did? You get what I'm saying? Because people can always talk about Bud's titles, but they'll say, hey, but that was at a different weight. That was this. That was that. They're trying to build Tank up to be the A side. I see it. I see what they're doing. But some people just they just have narrow vision sometimes. I ain't talking about you. I'm just saying in general, some people have narrow vision, and as fans, you want what you want when you want it, and that's how it got to be. If not, they ducking, they bums, they fighting leftovers, they trash. It's all about the money. Yeah, because it ain't all about the win. It's who you fought, how you beat them, and when you fought them, and how you and in the fashion. Shakur Stevenson pitched a shutout. His own network was calling him boring. You get what I'm saying?
And I didn't agree with that. I made a video disagreeing with that shit because they didn't put it in perspective. They didn't take into context at all that he has a championship fight waiting for him in September. But everybody wanted to call Shakur boring, but no one wanted to address that he had to play it safe because a championships fight waiting for him in September. but nobody wanted to see that part. That's what I'm saying, Mark Nash. When it comes to me, I got a different opinion from fight to fight, for fighter to fighter. My opinion doesn't stay the same. People say keep the same energy. How do you keep the same energy with a revolving sport, with a sport that's always moving? So my opinion is consistently changing from fight to fight, fighter to fighter. You know what I mean?
And it should. Black
and right now, Mark Nash, where I stand with Tank is that I'm going to keep putting pressure until he gets in there and unifies with another champion. And I don't think I should be wrong for that or labeled a hater or none of that shit. Because guess what? I buy his events. I buy his shit on Showtime. You know what I mean? I pay 60. So if I pay 60 or 75 bucks to watch the kid fight, then I should be entitled to my opinion.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Sir.
So
hey, look. One day we're gonna do a pay-per-view challenge though, because a lot of people say they buy fights, they go to fights, they do all of that shit. One day we're gonna do that episode, Black and Brown. For all the people say they support the events and like I support the guy. Put your cable bill up there, black your name and your address out. Just show that pay-per-view line that you paid for the fight.
Bring your receipt.
Just do a screenshot. Just show you paid for a Comcast pay-per-view. Just show that one line. You can black everything else out. You know what I'm saying? Show your name or something, or show me something. Because a lot of dudes, they don't buy the fights. They don't go to the events. They never box. They never been into the gym. They don't interview fighters. But we so quick to call guys bums. Say they ain't doing this, they ain't doing that. And that shit is insane to me. But go ahead, Sir Singer.
I was gonna say with what y'all were just saying, then who lost to Tio worse? Loma or Nakataki? Tuki.
I would say pretty much the same. He beat them both in 12-round decisions.
Say that again. What was the question?
Who looked worse against Tio, Loma or Nakataki?
Well, I mean, Nakatani got stopped.
Nah, 12-round decision, both of them.
No, against Teofimo Lopez.
Oh, who looked worse?
I thought it was pretty much the same. I mean, Nakatani was a little bit of a tougher fight, but that was because Loma didn't engage the first 7 rounds. But at the end of the day, it was both a 12-round decision.
Hold up. Nakatani stopped. Hold on, I'm confused with the question.
No, what he's saying is Teofimo Lopez fought both Nakatani and Lomachenko, but who lost worse, Nakatani against Tio or Lomachenko against Tio?
Oh, okay. I would say Loma, because like I think Black and Brown, you just said Loma, and that was because Loma didn't put up no resistance. I don't know if he was waiting for Tio to tire out, but shit, I'm glad he didn't though, because I won money. Woo woo! I won money, so I'm glad he didn't. But I'm definitely not I wasn't believing the Lomachenko hype. I thought once he stepped in there with a young, strong, hungry opponent, he would do what he did. He would shell up, he would get hurt, or he would feel the power. He was trying to figure him out. Like people, look, man, and I hate we went down this road earlier because this wasn't supposed to be about Lomachenko or Tio, and I don't want to discredit Teofimo Lopez because it's not his fault. He fought the fight he was supposed to fight. He did what he was supposed to do, and he won. Period. Dot. Simple as that. So I don't ever want to discredit him. Now, granted, I a lot of people won't say this, but I think I was one of the first ones to say he is disputed. It is a dispute. You get what I'm saying? But it's not his fault. But that's all I got to say about that, man. Like I like the Lopez kid. I like the energy of his father, and I wish him nothing but the best. I wish him nothing but health, wealth, and prosperity in this boxing game, because it don't love you back. You get what I'm saying? It don't love you back, and that's what Floyd was talking about. Ellaby was talking about. Josh Taylor, even at undisputed, he's not bringing no pay-per-view. I don't know how many people are gonna come over across the pond to come visit, or how many people we got here repping the UK that's gonna come to a pay-per-view event. Where will we throw the Josh Taylor event at? There's so many different variables there. Some people don't like the fact that Tank ain't quote unquote fighting black fighters. I hear that too. Like, I just think we got to give the guys time to develop, let them be great, enjoy the fights, If the guy is not, we don't look. We heard them bump heads before. They've talked about it online. Tank is vocal. If he had a problem with Mayweather like that, he's gonna say it. He said it before. Now I don't know if he got an NDA in the place now, but that's more guessing and hypotheticals, things we don't know about. Man, the guy put on a show, and even the undercards were dope. The untelevised and the televised. It was all knockouts. When the last time you paid for a pay-per-view or went to a fight and you just keep seeing knockout after knockout after knockout after knockout up to the main event, which is also several knockdowns, then a knockout. Come on, man. We got everything we asked for in a boxing match. Even in the weigh-in, man, it was concerts. It was a lady at the weigh-in. I don't know if they showed this on Showtime, but at the weigh-in, the lady was upside down on a damn trapeze doing a damn DJ show twerking. Did y'all see that during the weigh-in? They had her hoisted up. She's upside down. She's an acrobat / DJ. And she up there upside down DJing, twerking at the same time, scratching and mixing and shit.
I need to see a video of that because they did not have that at the weigh-in.
They didn't show that?
Yeah,
bro. I was right there on press row, bro. The shit was amazing. And I'm like, I never seen this before. They brought the girl Erica Banks out. She got that hit record, Bust It Challenge, Bust It, and all the girls was dancing. People, I'm like, okay, this is a damn show. Like, okay, this feels like a pay-per-view event. This is Mayweather Promotions. We're enjoying the show. It was a great show. It was a successful event. Now, time is going to tell what those pay-per-view numbers did. But nobody left upset. Nobody was walking around there saying, man, this is some bullshit. That's messed up. The Hispanic guys, the blacks, the whites, the Asians, everybody as they're walking out, they like, man, this was a good-ass show. I can't wait for the next fight. Oh, we coming back. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Mark, real quick, can we address HLD's comment? And you guys tell me if you think that's true or wrong or what you guys feel about that comment.
Which one? This last one? Go ahead.
Yeah, his latest one right there.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Speak on it. Read it out loud to the people, Black and Brown. What we got here?
I mean, he's basically saying Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia both have fought better competition. They're 4 years younger than Tank Davis, and they've made more money than him. I mean, I can't speak on the money part because I don't know how much money Tank makes. But from what I've seen, you guys can correct me. But Luke Campbell is, I mean, probably better than anybody on Tank's resume, and so is Jorge Linares. I don't know.
Luke Campbell never won a title though, did he?
I mean, Luke Campbell's a two-time Olympian, two-time Olympian. So
he never won a title though.
I would love to talk about it though.
Tank Davis took the strap off Pedraza. Pedraza was the champ. He went in there and took that belt off him. Let's start with the Luke Campbell.
You don't like the Luke Campbell win?
I like the win for Ryan, but I ain't gonna say it was a better win at the time than what that Pedraza win was for Tank.
What about Jorge Linares then?
Jorge Linares had 5 losses by knockout. Definitely gave Devin Haney a good fight. It was entertaining. I thought Devin could have fought a different fight, gave himself an easier night trying to please the crowd. He ended up getting wobbled.
We're comparing Jorge Linares to Tank's best win.
But you got to count his losses too. And when you fought the guy, it's not just who you fought, it's when you fought him and how you beat him. Tank Davis ain't going to the cards with these guys though. If they don't supposed to be in there, he get them out of there. We seen guys go the distance with guys that shouldn't be going the distance with them, right? Same thing with my guy Bud Crawford. Y'all can talk about his comp. If they don't supposed to be in there, he get them out of there. Bye-bye. And Tank Davis man, that's box office, man. People will love knockouts, yo.
Yeah, that's the thing about it, is that's what usually builds the sport of boxing, is fighters that knock people out. It's like a gladiator type of sport where, okay, I'm coming here to see somebody get knocked out. Usually they don't want to see like a whole 12 rounds going through and then it goes to the decision. They want to see people get knocked out. And that's what Tank's doing. All but one of his fights have ended in a knockout or stoppage. And that's what makes him an exciting fighter. So there's that. But
and that's key. And it's a gift. Hey, about some swords, I'm gonna interject real quick and I'll let you finish. And that's the difference too. Like as much as we like Edgar Berlanga, the difference is too, those are 1 round knockouts. Like boxing fans, we're so fickle. We don't want you to blow the guy out in the first round. We want you to have some adversity, but we don't want you to be chinny. We don't want a decision. We want a knockout, but we don't want the knockout too early. Like, but go ahead, Boxing Swords. I'm sorry, I had to interject that.
That was a good reference there, Edgar Berlanga. His buzz was all of those consecutive fights where he had a first round knockout. Like if he was, there at whatever super middleweight or whatever it is, and got knockouts in, maybe a 4th round or a 3rd round or something, and maybe he wouldn't have had the buzz that he did in those short amount of fights. But him having like 11 fights, 11 knockouts, or whatever it was, the streak was before his last fight, that's what gave him, the interest. So that just shows you like how marketable you could be if you go in there, you get into the ring, and you're able to knock your guy out. And that's what they're doing here with Tank Davis.
Yeah, and I don't want to, like Black and Brown said, I don't want to get into people's money, because I don't know what Devin Haney what he's making and what he's not making. I did see him somewhere arguing with Tank because Tank was little boying him about the money, and he was like, "Yeah, but you know, I'm doing it now. I'm doing what you was doing. I'm doing it at a younger age, so at least give me my credit." He never went out there and said, "Yeah, I'm boss hogging," and I don't think Devin ain't packed out no arena like this, man. If so, I'm wrong. Somebody correct me. I didn't see him pack out a damn basketball arena twice.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? He's doing good numbers, but he's not doing Tank Davis numbers on pay-per-view. The gate, the cheapest seat, one of the cheapest seats in there was about $150, bro.
Yep. That second level was 150. The other side was 200, 250.
We talking about nosebleeds, man. $150.
I feel you guys when you talk about pay-per-view sales and pay-per-view star and money he's made and he packs places out. I feel you, but not all boxing fans care about that. Some boxing fans only care about what they do inside the ring and if they're chasing champions and if they become champions. Not everybody cares about pay-per-view numbers and how many butts you put in the seats. Not everybody cares about that shit. During the pandemic, there was no fans in the seats. So I don't know, man. Like, that's cool that you guys like that shit, but that shit means absolutely nothing to me at the end of the day. I look at who's chasing unifications, who's chasing belts, and who's chasing championships. And that's probably why I criticize Tank so much, because I don't see him doing it.
Sir.
Okay, here's my question to you.
Why is Bud not more popular then? Because he's knocking out people. He's got more belts. He's a better fighter all the way around than pretty much anybody in the ring. All the greats say that.
You want me to tell you why Bud's not more popular, brother? Because no opponents. The same thing I'm complaining about Tank. No opponents. But Bud at least has accomplished things. Bud has accomplished undisputed. And Bud's 33. It's hard to compare someone that's 32, 33 to a 26-year-old. So you bring up Bud, but Bud's not more popular because he don't get no opponents, brother. That's why Bud's not popular.
But he had the opponents. He took the Josh Taylor route. You get what I'm saying? Some would say a little better because he got one at 35, undisputed at 140. Like Josh Taylor came up to 147, first title match. He took the strap off the guy who took the strap off Manny Pacquiao. And we act like that didn't happen. We just say, well, Manny Pacquiao didn't really lose. It's like we pick and choose who we gonna even in victory, we'll downplay a guy's win and say, well, I ain't think he beat the guy. You know what I'm saying? I love Manny Pacquiao. But a lot of Manny Pacquiao's losses, they come with excuses, not necessarily by him all the time, but by the fans. Like they said, look, I heard Matt Kellerman say, I guess the Mexican chemist was better tonight when Marquez beat him. I heard people say Teddy Atlas say he got robbed when he lost the horn. I heard people say when I heard Manny Pacquiao say out his own mouth when he lost to Floyd Mayweather. I had a shoulder injury, but I didn't need surgery. I was healed by the salt water. Man, if you don't cut that, hey, shout out to Big Dog Willie, AK, go get your vaccine right now. My brother right here from another. I love you, dude. Love what you're doing. And we wish you nothing but the best. Talk to us, my G. Go ahead, Big Dog Willie. This the real Big Dog Willie?
Yeah, it's to me. What's up?
All right. Yeah, man. Talk to me. You got the floor, my G.
Hey, what's up? Hey, I just got to say what Black and Brown is saying. I kind of feel what he's saying about, because he's like old school, man. He's like that.
You broke up. You said
there's something going on with my phone. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'll be with you in a second. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. Hey, Black and Brown. He pulled up. He gave you a compliment, and he called you an old man at the same time.
Hey,
How about that?
I love that. I like that.
Hey, look, I was gonna give him the slap. You want me to give him the slap for you?
Nah, hell no. Give him a round of applause.
Give him a round of applause. Okay. Sidebar. My round of applause looked like a bunch of people sitting at a TED talk. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Big Dog.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I hear what he's saying because I'm old school too, but I want to see the best fight the best. I don't like, people getting on here fighting, sub level competition and getting all the praise. But Tank is exciting to watch, and that's what it is, man. And I don't want to be that guy, but I'd rather watch him than a lot of fighters who are presumably have more. They're better than him or have more accomplishments.
Say it again. Say that again, Big Dog Willie, for the people in the back.
I said I'd rather watch him than some people who have more accomplishments, as in more belts and stuff like that. That's why Tank get that money. That's why Tank is people like watching Tank, and that's why when you do that, that's why Tank has that ability. And I would say, let me say it like this. That's why people get upset when he do good numbers, or people say he's all this, all that, because he's exciting to watch. And they do that with a lot of other fighters too. Ryan Garcia is going to be that way. Ryan Garcia, to me, haven't proved shit.
Right. I don't think he's on the same level as Tank.
He don't have to be on the same level. He's a good-looking kid. He's fast. He has exciting style. He's got really quick hands. And he's get his praises before he even stepped in the ring. So that's just how, he's fun to watch.
It's entertainment, right?
It's entertainment. And that's what boxing has become. You
sound contradictory a little bit. You said you agree with Black and Brown, but then you sound like you agree with me.
No. I said that's how boxing has become. And that's what I'm saying. It has become that.
So you saying Black and Brown is kind of?
I'll be honest with you. I am guilty of some of the things that what you guys are talking about, but it's it is what it is, and until we get a grand scheme thing where boxers the best have the best to fight the best, like the UFC, then it's never going to change. It's never going to change.
I agree with Big Dog Willie that Tank is exciting to watch, and there is fighters that I'd rather watch Tank than other fighters. I do agree with that because the knockout of Leo Santa Cruz was devastating. What he just did to Mario Barrios was fucking brutal as fuck. Like, I agree with that part. I do agree with that part. I know I'm coming off like I'm a Tank hater, and I'm not, but really, guys, I'm really a Tank fan, and I want more out of the young man. I want to see him fight the best in one division. And until he does that, I'm going to keep on, criticizing his opponents. But look, guys, you go check my channel. He brings up Ryan Garcia. I've been roasting Ryan Garcia's ass for the last 6-7 months. So I'm hard on these young boxers that ain't stepping up, that are trying to give us the runaround. I'm hard on them. I am, brother. That's just how I am as a boxing fan.
But I got a question for you, Black and Brown. And I don't like to compare, but does Canelo jump around, do the same thing?
Yeah, Canelo does jump around. If you see my video earlier today, I compared Tank to a young Canelo. That's why we can't be too mad at what Tank's doing, because Canelo did the same thing. Canelo did the same thing, and look at what also Canelo did. When Canelo went and beat Rocky Fielding at 168 pounds, he tried to tell the world that he was a 3-division weight champion when he wasn't. Then he went up to beat Kovalev, and he told the world that he was a 4-division weight champion, which he wasn't. That was a fucking lie. But since then, he's gone back and made it right. It's the same thing Tank is doing right now, telling everybody he's a division champion at 140 when he's not. It's a lie. But I also said this in my video, maybe some point in time, he'll go back and make that right. There is a lot of comparisons between what Tank is doing and what Canelo's doing. There is a lot of comparisons. That's why I do give Tank a little bit of credit. I promise you, you go watch the video, the credit is there. He's building his own little baby legacy. I'm just calling it a Lego legacy.
Look at that shade. That's some shade.
So it's a baby legacy.
The credit,
every opponent
real quick. One more thing. The credit is there. You just got to look for it. Go ahead.
So it's a baby, because I don't remember Canelo doing that.
You're an asshole.
I remember Canelo getting beat. But
Canelo has beat legends to build his legacy.
Canelo came at the right time. He was going. He came when all the good fighters from the 2000s were leaving. Cotto and what's the other guy's name? Mosley, and he caught them when they were going.
Yeah, you're right. He did. But
you beat up an old man. You beat up an old man. You get to say, okay, well, he was still somebody back in the day.
Let me play devil's advocate right here. It is just like it's not Mayweather's fault when he caught guys. And it's, look, man, Coach Malachi got this saying. He said, if it weren't for double standards, y'all wouldn't have no standards at all. I ain't speaking about nobody on this panel, but I have heard that narrative. But let's be clear. It is not Canelo's fault the era he was born in. Same way with Jordan. Like Jordan caught guys at the end of their career, people will say. You get what I'm saying? It's not his fault. It's not his fault where you're born at. You got to beat the guy put in front of you. And then when you beat the guy, if he goes on to do great things, you're great. Your legacy is boosted. If he retires after that, oh, well, you beat a washed up guy. We can't have that, man. Like that is weird. It's crazy. And it's not fair to Canelo. It's not his fault. Now, granted, it might be true, but it's not his fault. And it's not same way. It's not some of these guys in welterweight's fault that when Floyd was still there, he didn't fight him.
I think Tank Davis is the only one probably in boxing that's doing what Canelo's doing, building a fan base like this, with a following like this. I think Tank's the only other one. Canelo and Tank. I just want Tank to put some fucking bricks in his legacy, not these fucking lower level challengers, bro. I want
Cruz ain't lower level.
Out like Tank.
At one
Barrios undefeated champion. He ain't lower level
because he ain't fought nobody, Mark.
We was all calling him a champion.
Tell me, okay.
Tank beat him.
You guys, nobody was over on my channel, but you guys tell me who Barrios has beat.
Hey, but you can't say that Canelo did knock out Amir Khan, and that you think that was? Come on, man.
What you mean?
That's one.
Amir Khan. I'm just saying, Amir Khan.
What
when
about
he fought Canelo?
Amir Khan shouldn't have came up 2 weight divisions.
People talk about Leo Santa Cruz. People talk about Leo Santa Cruz. Leo Santa Cruz was a great fighter at 126 and lower. You can't say that about. You say he wasn't.
No, I didn't say he wasn't. I think Leo Santa Cruz was awesome, man. I want look. Hey. I want a lot of respect for him when he came back and beat Carl Frampton after that loss. You know what I'm saying? And I thought he was putting on a hell of a fight there. It was just he fought the wrong fight. He was trying to fight more of a crowd appealing style versus using his height, his length, and his reach. He went back to the drawing board and came back with a better game plan. I hate that he didn't keep his word and give Carl Frampton that trilogy though. But we don't talk about that though. He even I remember Carl Frampton said, "Hey, you said, hey, if I beat you here, the next fight is going to be in my town. So let's come back over there and let's do it again." They didn't do the rematch over there in Ireland. They did every rematch. I think the first fight might have been in Cali. The second fight was in Vegas, or or Texas, but I know Cali, Vegas, and Texas, New York just been running boxing for years. These 4 cities, you know what I'm saying?
Vegas, especially Vegas.
Come on, man. And I get it. Vegas was for a long time. It's the only place you can bet. You can smoke weed. You can buy prostitution legally. So everybody was like, "Hey, we're gonna go here for the fight." I could cheat on my wife and not get caught. I get it, but my brother, like, weed is legal in a lot of places now. I don't know about the prostitution. I'm getting off track. Y'all know what I mean. Regardless, you can make big fights. You can make big fights wherever you bring the star to. You can bring the star there and make a big fight. You can do online betting now. You don't have to do it in Vegas. And I'm just glad that Atlanta finally had a big fight. Guys on the East Coast, we got somewhere else we can go for a fight because they're not bringing fights to Miami. I don't know why they don't do fights in Miami like that.
Nope.
Floyd brought a big fight to Miami. Far as
that was a fight.
It was an exhibition. It was fights on the card. Luis Reyes beat Jared Hurd. Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that happening. And it was supposed. Nah, let's keep it a buck. John, it's not Floyd's fault that John Pascal popped on the PED because that card was supposed to have a legitimate boxing match, supposed to have a championship bout on it, and it was going to be a rematch, Jack versus Pascal, part 2. It's not his fault.
I mean, but come on, man. Did anybody really care that he wasn't on the card after he popped 30?
Yes, people cared because it was important for. We didn't want to see Badu Jack fight the guy he fought. We thought we was getting Jack Pascal, Herb versus Reyes, Floyd versus Logan Paul. Yes, it does hurt the sale of the bill when you're trying to sell that bill to the buying public. Because let's be clear, the guy who went in there and fought Badu Jack, he didn't put up too much of a fight.
Yeah, but I'd be very real with you. I mean, I'm very sure 85% of people who bought that was trying to see Logan Paul and Mayweather.
Yeah, but you do have some guys out there who are fans of the sport and say, "Hey, I'm not gonna buy a pay-per-view just for one card. I'll crack that stream. I'll watch it somewhere else. I'll be on YouTube waiting for somebody, or just watch it."
Did you buy the card? Did you buy the card?
Yeah, I bought the card.
Okay, I didn't, but I'm just saying because I couldn't buy a car like that. And I
was one of those people who did the pre-order when it first came out. Do you remember when the pre-order for it came out? Yeah. Then they postponed it again. I was already locked in. They changed the price on some of them people, but I was locked in.
So this is the thing. The reason I brought that up because the Black and Brown had made a comment earlier and said, "Well, I'm not going to pay for this because I want to see 2 real fighters fight." And maybe I'm just, maybe I'm paraphrasing it, Black Brown. Tell me if I'm wrong. Instead of seeing spectacle and see somebody who's overpowering, who's really exciting, fight a bum. And so I can see where Black and Brown is where he's coming from with that. I guess that's all I had to say about that because
who's a bum? Who's a bum in this situation, big dog?
Okay, well, he was talking about Tank not fighting a good competition. Black Brown, you still there?
He said he bought this fight.
I'm here, brother. I'm here still.
He bought this fight. He bought this fight. He said so he don't look at Barrios as a bum.
No.
I wouldn't say Tank as much of an attraction, but go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that how he said that the real fighter is not going to put up with this shit. Watch these type of fights or pay for it if they keep fighting bums. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Barrio is necessarily a bum, but he's not Teofimo Lopez or he's not Devin Haney or whoever else.
Not a star. That's what you mean to say, right?
Yeah.
He's not a star.
No, he's not as good as the fighters he fought.
Yeah, not all champions are stars.
That's relative, brother.
They can be a really good fighter and not be a star.
Yeah, and that's relative because we got guys like Gabe Rosado. He's a star. He's a star.
Let's use Oscar Valdez.
But Ryan Garcia is a star.
Ryan Garcia is a star.
We should use Oscar Valdez as an example. Oscar Valdez is a great fighter, a champion at 130, and he's not a star.
Exactly.
But that's something that I would pay for with no problem.
And that's a whole nother argument. That's
yeah,
a whole nother conversation. That's a whole nother argument.
That's like
That's his promoter. That's his promoter.
Mayweather, but they lost to Mayweather. Just because you lose to a great fighter don't make you a good fighter.
Right. And also that's Oscar, that's promotion on Oscar Valdez. I don't know how many interviews he does with guys like us out here in this space. Because let's be clear, boxing lives on YouTube. It lives on the internet.
I agree.
It lives on the podcast. This our shit. This don't belong to ESPN, don't belong to Comcast, AT&T. This our shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't have a channel for us. They got an NBA network, NFL. They got a golf network. My TV got a tennis network. I got a network for every damn sport. Not boxing. All I see on as far as boxing is classic fights. You want to watch some old Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier footage? Classic fights. We got a channel for some shit like that half of the day. But come on, man, let's be clear. And that might be on like ESPN 4, ESPN 5 or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like boxing lives on the internet. So I think it's up to us to keep our sport alive. And we can't keep our sport alive when we always talk about the negative. We're gonna end up like HBO boxing. Like shout out to Larry Merchant, but not really, because he would sit there and telecast on the pay-per-view and would be talking crazy about the guys. And this is before they even threw a bunch. This is just doing the ring walk. He's up there saying shit like about Zab Judah. I never forget it because I made a punchline about it. He said he has $100,000 worth of diamond and gold in his mouth, Jim. Unfortunately, it's in a glass setting. What? My mama watching this fight. Don't be talking about me like that. I ain't even throwing a punch. Like
No,
you're bad. But I say that to say you're bad. You're bad talking. You're trashing the fighters and the event before it you know what I'm saying. And I think that's why Showtime took off. Because now, granted, you might not like Showtime commentary all the time because they were so good at what they were doing. They would have you thinking a fight was a good fight when it wasn't. It was all right. It was a good scrap, but this wasn't the best fight that we could have got for our money. But they were good at selling the fight, even from the promotion to the commentary. You don't have your commentator sitting here saying, this is trash. Hey, look, so let's talk about the Patriots game. Bro, they would be talking about football matches in the middle of an HBO broadcast. I said all that to say it's up to us as fans to keep our sport alive. We can't just always go with the mainstream media narrative. And sometimes I feel like us in the YTBC community, well, the YTBC, well, y'all know what I mean. We go with some of those mainstream narratives. We regurgitate talking points from bigger channels, and for you know it, man, we're causing our own demise.
True.
Because it is good fights out there. I get it, Black and Brown. You want to put pressure on the guys to fight the fights that you want to see. My whole point is, brother, when you start talking about Mayweather's necklace, when we start saying Mayweather shouldn't have been in the corner, saying this, that, and the third, because we're not used to other guys doing, man, this is a new era, man. This is different. Bob Arum ain't gonna never be Mayweather. They ain't gonna never be able to go and fight 50-0. Eddie Hearn, Don King, Oscar De La Hoya, he beat him. So yes, this is unconventional, it's different, it's new, we might not like it, but it's not illegal, and it actually helped the fighter get a victory that he was behind on the cards. That's my only issue, Black and Brown. The thing that you didn't like the most might have been the thing that helped the fighter win the most. Do you want to reply to that, my brother?
I think the thing I didn't like the most is just the opponent he picked. I mean, I stated out that I didn't care for Floyd trying to be the center of attention on Tank's night. That's really was my center of my gripe was, why did Tank try to steal the show? And I know I heard you say earlier, every time they would put Floyd Mayweather's picture up, the crowd would go crazy. You know what I mean? And see, you're looking at it from one way, and I'm looking at it from another. Why is the crowd got to go crazy at Tank's event? The crowd should be going crazy for Tank. But, I mean, you could look at it your way. And you say that if we're focused on negative things too much, that we're going to be hurting the sport. I mean, fuck, bro. I kind of feel you, right? But at the same time, us as content creators, that's almost our responsibility is to weed out the bullshit, weed out the real from the fake. And if Ryan Garcia is out here acting like a fucking Instagram model, a YouTube princess, then what are we supposed to do? Not say nothing? Nah, Mark, I'm gonna say something. Mark, I got a channel and I can call it how I see it, as long as I ain't lying on nobody, disrespecting none of the boxers. If you check my content, I never disrespect a boxer, never disrespect them in the comments and in the titles of my videos. So I gotta call out bullshit in the sport of boxing when I see it. That's the whole point in having a channel. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you do allow other people to do that on your show.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's what Free Smoke Friday is all about. That's what Free Smoke Friday is all about.
Let's be clear about that.
You bring that shit. You bring it on Friday nights, and there's no whole bars. So I mean, you know, to each his own, and
yes,
every
sir.
content creator is their own executive producer. So they put out what they put out what they feel is good, and it's up to them. You know, they're going to catch backlash for it. You know what I mean? Or their channel's going to blow up, or their channel's going to fall apart. It's up to them at the end of the day.
Hey, look, but Atlanta, let's be clear. Atlanta went crazy for Floyd for this, man. It wasn't just because he's a black man with $4 million in jewels on his neck. Let's be clear, because I heard people say that too. Shout out to Blue Blood Sports. I heard Blue Blood say this. He was like, oh, yeah, I'm paraphrasing, but he said something to the degree like, oh, yeah, of course they like that. Or because somebody put it in his chat, he read it, and he kind of co-signed and agree with it. It's not just that. Let's be clear, but that is true. Atlanta is a place where a lot of black filmmakers, we have a black mayor here for I don't know how long. They had a black mayor here, like city commission, like all these kind of things. Tyler Perry Studios here. A lot of movies are getting built here because they built new studios here. So yes, they do appreciate the fact that yes, this is a black guy who got it out the mud. But more importantly, they looking at him like, we know this fight is here because of you. We would not have this event here in Atlanta if it wasn't for Floyd Mayweather. So yes, we appreciate him for that. But
I get that.
But go ahead. Somebody was calling me. Go ahead.
I just said, you know what? And this is people going to hate me saying it, but Mayweather is still the face of boxing, hands down.
Absolutely. Hey, look.
So it doesn't matter.
I just had that debate, Big Dog Willie. But go ahead. I'm gonna let you tell me why, and I'll try to play devil's advocate. But I just had that argument.
I know. That's all I have to say because we already know the reason why things happen the way in boxing it does. What do you think Canelo got his playbook from who? You know, it's you know, he goes up and down the divisions just like who used to go up and down the divisions. Who had catch weights? Who had, you know, just stuff like that. Who did that first? Mayweather.
Oscar.
But I'm talking about to the height it got, to like the grand height it got, Mayweather. And so
I don't remember Floyd doing a whole bunch of catch weights, bro. I remember
he did a number of catch weights. Who did he fight? Who did he fight Canelo at?
No, other than that, and I just want to be clear, Canelo
and Cotto too.
No, he fought Cotto at 154. That wasn't a catch weight.
152.
That was 154. That was 154. He fought him at that weight. He fought Canelo at 152 because that was the weight Canelo said, I'll fight him at that weight. Canelo put that out there and they took the bait. They called him on his bluff and they followed through with their word. And Canelo, as a man, respected Canelo and Oscar.
Who did he fight? He fought Manuel Marquez at what?
Now he came in overweight. Now he came in overweight.
Was it like 44? Was it 44?
No. Wait, he came. No. He came in overweight for that fight.
But he was.
He paid Marquez $1 million for that. So yeah, you
was that 47 or was that 40?
I don't know what weight it was, but I just know whatever it was. Let's be clear though. Whatever weight that was, Floyd came in overweight.
Oh, yeah, I knew he was.
After a 2-year layoff, and he paid Marquez about $1 million or something like that, or 500,000, something crazy. It was at least 6 figures.
But what I'm trying to say is, I mean, whose playbook it doesn't matter. But what I'm trying to say is, Floyd is still the face of boxing, and that's and that's what it comes down to. And people can't get mad because what he does. We got mad, we get mad, nothing's changing until Floyd decides that he wants to leave, or until somebody gets bigger than Floyd. Then that's exactly what's going to happen. It keep happening the way he's going to keep happening.
Yeah, and on Witness the Host, I've been putting up with your trolling ass all night. But you doing the most. He's like Logan Paul. Bro, what you wanted? Well, look, he didn't make Logan Paul drain down to 150. That was a terrible example. I've been ignoring your trolling ass all night, but this is weird. What you wanted, Floyd to gain, come up to 190, or you wanted him to make Logan Paul suck down to 147, 150, 160? Pause. But my G, that was a terrible example with Logan Paul. You got to step your boxing knowledge up, my G. That was a terrible example. Like that fight was every advantage for Logan Paul. It was no judges. It was you got a 30-pound weight advantage. That was in his advantage.
Like, can I bring some up real quick? I made a video.
Yeah, you got
I made a video a few months back. Do you guys remember when Anthony Joshua fought damn. Oh man, I'm horrible with names. But the guy he fought recently, his last fight? Pulev. Okay, you guys remember who was there when Anthony Joshua walked out of the ring? It was Mayweather, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
he likes Anthony Joshua though. He said Anthony Joshua. It's a lot of footage of him coming to the Mayweather gym.
Yeah.
Every time he comes to the States, he go to Mayweather's gym.
So
they work with him.
I love the role that Mayweather played that day for that fight. He was a different Mayweather. He was humble. He was congratulating. It was a different Mayweather, right? I said, if you go back to my video, the video still up. I gave Mayweather all the praise and all the credit. I said, this is what boxing needs. The boxing needs an ambassador. And Floyd Mayweather has the potential to be the silent ambassador to boxing. Because at that fight, he played a completely different role than he plays at his own fights. See, so if I see something I like, I'm going to give him credit for that. And I gave him credit for the role he played at the Anthony Joshua fight. I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was perfect. But it's a different role that he plays with Tank. And I just don't like the role he plays in Tank's career. Let me see. I don't like the optics of the role he plays in Tank's career. Okay, because I don't know behind the scenes. marqnash, you brought up a bunch of great things that he did for the young man. That shit cannot be ignored or taken away. But the optics, the not letting the young man talk, being in his corner, yelling at him from the side of the ring, the optics don't look good to me. I don't like that, so I got to criticize it. But I get called a hater, but people don't really know me. People don't really look at my content, so they don't know. 4 months ago, I was just praising the dude, calling the ambassador of boxing, and look at my fucking comments, how people got on me for my comments, for my opinion. You know what I mean? So I'm being called a hater if I call Floyd the ambassador. I'm being called a hater if I say that Floyd's bad for Tank. So either way, I can't win, but I gotta continue calling it how I see it.
Black and brown, you skipping the part
because other people don't like it.
Black Brown, you're go ahead, Mark. Brian had to say something to Black and Brown. Go ahead.
Yeah, but he's skipping the part. The hater part came through when I heard you talk about, man, he don't need that much jewelry. He ain't got to do all of that. And you was talking about the man jewelry and talking about him going to the corner, and he should be, if he gonna be a promoter, be a promoter. You're gonna be a trainer, be a trainer. You're gonna be a fighter, be a fighter. Man, he's Floyd, Pretty Boy Money Mayweather. He's done it all. He's probably the most accomplished boxer ever in the history of the game. When you talk about fighting, how many champions he beat, the pay-per-view gate, the pay-per-view tickets, like just everything that the sport it can encompass, the kid has found a way, and he found a way, bro. So when we start talking about the guy's jewelry so much, that's what I took umbrage to, and I was like, man, what's your
Black and Brown? Black Brown, I just got something to say. Okay, just real quick. You sound like an old man, and I'm gonna make an example.
No, that's the second or third time you don't call me.
No.
I am old, man. I'm 41 years old. I am old, man, brother. Go ahead.
I'm 44. I'm gonna set an example. Okay, back in the 90s, there was, you know who Deion Sanders is, right?
Let me tell you guys something. You bring up Deion, I'm a diehard Atlanta Falcons fan because of Deion Sanders.
Okay, let me finish.
I ride and die with Deion. Prime time, baby.
Okay. Let me finish my point with this. Okay, so my grandpa and I was watching Deion Sanders, and he returned an interception for a touchdown. He started high stepping and doing his little dance. And my grandpa's like, nobody should do anything like that. Why is he doing stuff like that? All you just need to do is get the ball right back to the referee and da. And I was like, Dad, but he's the best corner of all time. No, back in my day, Dick Night Train Lane was the best corner. So he was saying stuff like that.
I got you, brother. I hear you. That's a good. I'm going with this. Big dog, okay. Big dog. That's a good analogy. I'm gonna tell you why, because that one hit home. Because Deion Sanders is my bro. I can't even tell you what Deion means to me, bro. That he made me a diehard Atlanta Falcon fan. I've been an Atlanta Falcon fan since 1989 because of Deion Sanders, bro. So that one hit home. I got you. I'm looking at Floyd like as an old man, but I wasn't criticizing Floyd when he was in AJ's corner. You know what I mean? I was praising him then. So
because he wasn't flashy. He wasn't flashy to you.
He wasn't still in the show. But he wasn't still in the show. He was playing a good position that time.
But the AJ's not his fighter. We don't know. What if AJ signs with him?
Ta-da. That's the difference. He's not invested in that fight the way he's invested. He might have bet on AJ. He might have worked with AJ. He might like AJ. He might just say, hey, brothers want to stick together. Black man in the UK, black man in America, I still want you to win. But at the end of the day, that's not his fighter. He needs Tank to win. I told guys before this fight even took off, I was like, look, Tank Davis is quote unquote the heir apparent to the Mayweather throne. And now, granted, some of us don't believe that. Some of us out here as boxing fans said, no, it's Haney, no, it's Lopez. No, it's Garcia. No, it's Errol Spence. No, it's Bud Crawford. Because we all see different things. You can see the game different from the coach's chair. You see the game different from a player's point of view, being on the court. But you also see the game different as somebody who's done it all, did it all. And I just did it about 5 minutes ago. Floyd Mayweather ain't that far removed. And if you ever seen Floyd, you can tell Floyd has racing thoughts, man. He's an energetic person. Get up and might go run 5 miles at 3 a.m. You get what I'm saying? Like, he brings running gear to the strip club because he might just feel the mood. You know what I'm saying? He's a sporadic thinker. Look, that shit helped him get the way he's at, bro. And I'm not gonna put the guy in a box just because he didn't do what he did at the AJ fight. For this fight, every fight is different, like you said, Black and Brown. Every camp is different. He might have known things that we don't know. Like, but at the end of the day, he ushered that guy into victory. Maybe other promoters and other guys should be more involved. Don't just sit there with your hands crossed. Shit, get your ass up and tell your guy, hey, look, man, you blowing the kid. But then again, Bob Arum ain't never got out there and been a 12, 13-time champion in 5-6 weight divisions, Hall of Famer, 50-0, biggest. He ain't never did that before. He's in the business of boxing. He's not a boxer. Yes, Oscar's in the business of boxing, but he ain't did what Floyd can do. Floyd beat him, and every guy that he sent to Floyd, he tried to give him the blueprint. We saw it. He kept saying, I got the blueprint. And they keep losing. So when guys say, well, Bernard ain't doing it, Oscar ain't doing it, Eddie Hearn ain't doing it, I never seen Don King do it. We ain't never seen Don King knock somebody out with a check left hook neither.
Well, then why does Floyd only got one fighter that he's doing this for? Why? Where's that? Where's all the other guys? Why is it only one? If this is working so good, if this works so good and why is Tank the only one?
Because he can't fight for them. He can't fight for them, and it helps that he got Tank so young. You know what I'm saying? Having a dog that you get off the street or get from another owner. Not calling a fighter a dog. I don't mean no disrespect. I'm using an analogy. If it's misguided, forgive me. But let's be clear. Raising a pup, you know what I'm saying? Or getting a guy, who this your first time having a promotional deal and I'm the biggest shit ever, is different from getting a guy from Top Rank or getting a guy from Oscar. You know what I'm saying? Raising your own pup up is different from getting a dog from a previous owner. I ain't got to tell you that. Like, he tried to.
What does that got to do with him only having one fighter, though?
It's not his fault. Look, at one point, he had him and Badu Jack with champions. It's not his fault that Badu Jack got dropped. And you know what I'm saying? He tried. Look, when they had Mickey Bay, he was doing the same shit when Mickey Bay was winning the whole fight. Y'all remember that fight when Mickey Bay was losing and he got stopped right there at the end? Floyd probably learned from that shit. I need to be closer because he was sitting right behind Leonard, right beside Leonard, and they was back in regular promoters and HBO or Showtime seats. You know where they had the bosses at. And you could see them standing up saying, hold him, grab him. They trying to give him instructions, but Floyd too far for him to hear Floyd, in my opinion, from what I saw. And all I can picture Floyd is saying, I don't ever need to let that happen again. I need to be closer to Mickey Bay when we're doing this. I need to be closer to Tank. Look, we're gonna have Luis Cuba Arez on the show tomorrow. And you know what? He left Mayweather Promotions, went to Rock Nation, and guess what he at now? He back with Mayweather Promotions, and he couldn't be happier. He said Floyd was a man of his word. We talked it up, we chopped it up. He was like, man, I wanted to do some things different after the Rock Nation split. They was like, Floyd at the gym, pull up on him at the gym. I walked right into the gym like I never left, pulled him to the side. We talked. Next thing you know, the paperwork was in my damn email and with my lawyers. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, because he's gonna tell the story tomorrow. But you get what I'm saying? Guys leave him and come back to him. Because it looked green on the other side. You might not, from the outside looking in, it don't look like he know what he doing sometimes. We just see, man, he the face of Mayweather Promotion, Al Haym's the brain, and Leonard Ellaby's the heart of the, and Floyd's just the figurehead. Man, Floyd plays a bigger part in this shit than a lot of us want to give him credit for. Sir, saying you just pull back up. I gotta take a quick break. I'll be right back. But y'all got the floor, however y'all want to do it.
Free smoke till you come back.
Oh man, I'm
just playing, bro.
Hey, look, no. Look, you don't make this free smoke tonight, man. You don't brought it over here, and I love your energy. Look, this shit supposed to end it an hour and a half, almost 2 hours ago. But
I fuck with you, Mark. Man, you're my boy, bro.
Look, man, no, you don't. No, you don't.
I love you guys talking boxing with me, man.
You're gonna kill me tomorrow. You're gonna kill me on Friday, but I'm gonna still come show you support, and we're gonna still share your links, man. We're gonna still donate to your channel, and we still gonna lift you up. Because it ain't your fault that you don't know shit sometimes. It ain't your fault.
I'm learning. I'm over here trying to learn, man.
I'll be right back.
I'm going to take notes.
Man, you're just an old man, just like the rest of us. We just want to see the best fight the best, right?
And that's right.
Yeah, that's all we can say.
I will say
it's kind
this
of hard for a person who, as they say, is jack of all trades to sit back in the back. If they see a spot where they can help, they're going to jump in and just help. They're not going to wait, especially if they have the permission or, the free reign to be able to do it. They're just going to jump in and help. They're not going to wait, until everything falls apart to ask, what can I, fix or carry? And I look at Floyd that same way. That he jumps in where, if you don't have a problem with it, he's going to jump in and say, all right, well, you can do this here, you could do this here, or you don't have to do so much of this there. And I respect that from Floyd. I think that part of the thing before with Tank, he should have jumped in a little sooner. But as well, Tank is a grown man and got his own life and everything else. But the more Floyd jumps in like that, the better Tank shows up. He comes in focused. He comes in shape. He's not missing weight. The more Floyd is there saying something, showing something, Tank is giving the best version of Tank. Right now, who got a better knockout ratio than Tank? Who got a better record than Tank? I'm trying to find out who it is. Tank is doing everything he's supposed to be doing. Yeah, we can always criticize and say, well, this person can do better. Well, I wish they do this. I wish they do that. Well, I wish Superman was Batman or vice versa. But let's congratulate them for being superheroes, man.
Okay. if Tank is just because you're the jack of all trades and you can move and do things, it doesn't make it right. Just because you could do it doesn't make it right. And if he's such a if he's such a jack of all trades, then he should have been involved in the camp the whole time and helping out. I mean, I hear you, brother. He is the jack of all trades. And if he's such a good trainer, well, then he should have been involved in the camp, not just trying to get involved on fight night. That's my only issue. Why are you getting between the trainer and the fighter? That was my issue.
I think they say that Mayweather helps in the
I think
he
Mayweather
can't help everybody, but he helps, and he even helps unknown fighters.
Mayweather, he's all over the place, and that's what it is. He's all over the place. But I'm very sure he keeps. That's his prized possession. I didn't mean it like that, but that's his prized fighter. That's his best fighter. So I'm very sure he's in this ear a lot. So I'm not. So you can't really say that about him not being at the camp. You can't say all that. I mean, he's probably getting the best of the best when it comes to all the fighters.
Yeah, just like I can't say that he wasn't part of the camp. We can't say he was because Tank has already said that he wasn't part of this camp. It's already on record, him saying that he wasn't part of this camp at all.
I didn't hear that, and I didn't hear that. Just like I didn't hear him say, "You're not my coach, brother."
I've never heard
receipts to pull up Friday night.
But I do know this. When I see Tank with Mayweather, I see a guy looking at. He looks at Mayweather similar to how I see him look at Coach I was about to say Coach Cunningham, Coach Calvin Ford. He looks at him like a father figure. He looks at him like an uncle, a big brother, the OG, the big homie. You know what I'm saying? But let's be clear. Whenever Tank is not around Floyd, Tank is the OG. He the big homie. He's the boss. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, sometimes it can get mixed up. I'll never forget Floyd. 50 Cent was talking about he started having problems with some of the guys in G Unit because while they with the guys, when they with the crew, they the boss, they the big dog. But when 50 walks in the room, everybody be like, "Yo, but this the guy who put you on. This the guy." And I think that could be part of the issue too. But let's be clear, man. He ain't steering Tank wrong yet. He's not making a mistake. The guy is still pitching 50-0. And Big Dog Willie, you might be right about him being the face of boxing still, because who else is doing exhibition numbers like this?
No, he is the face of boxing. He is the face of boxing by far. He can outsell anybody. Only person that rival him is Canelo, maybe. And
Canelo got to fight a fight. Floyd can fight a YouTuber.
Yeah,
or Conor McGregor.
Exactly. It doesn't matter, and that's why. I mean, he's undefeated. He has. I mean, he's a bad guy. A lot of people watch his fight still, his exhibition fight, to still watch him lose when you know he's not going to lose. So that's just what he is. He's a bigger than life character in the boxing scene, and that's just what he demands that respect.
Hey, Jorge Linares said Broner blessed Floyd. Yes and no. I don't think Broner was just in position to do with Tank what Floyd was able to do. You get what I'm saying? His About Billions promotion wasn't able to do that yet. You get what I'm saying? If he could, he would. He wouldn't have just said, "Hey man, take this lottery ticket and go get rich," you know? So it wasn't like that. In my opinion, I could be wrong, but from what I see with Mayweather Promotions, what I see with About Billion Promotions is totally different. So I don't think Broner was able to do what Floyd was doing now. So I don't want to look at it like he just gave him a gift. Mike Tyson did a good job. Triller was an anomaly. It was a new thing, but let's be clear. Mike Tyson doesn't own Triller. Mayweather owns Mayweather Promotions. That's the difference, HLD. We gotta put it all in perspective. Yes, Mike Tyson, we thought Mike Tyson had a stake in Triller. Remember that? And then Tyson came out and said, "Look, I ain't got nothing to do with nothing else with Triller. I never work with it again. Fuck them. They blah, 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 blah." Sound like he got shorted on his bread somewhere. Cause that's and I could be wrong. That's guessing. It's all hypothetical. But let's be clear. That don't sound like somebody who got everything they was promised. saying fuck them, I'd never work with them again, right?
Hypothetical shit. With Roy Jones talking about he ain't really got all that money that he was supposed to get. And yeah, Mike Tyson might have had that same thing happen. So
Yeah, but
yeah.
I just wanted to address that though, because he was like Mike Tyson outsold Mayweather. He ain't get Mayweather cut. He ain't gonna get what Mayweather got off of this Tank fight, and he ain't throw a punch. He's not gonna get what Mayweather got for the Logan Paul event. You get what I'm saying? So we always say money don't matter. We're fight fans. We want to see the best fight, but we don't help it when we call guys bums, when we downplay other guys' resumes and we say this guy ain't fought nothing. We give the other guy a way out saying, well, I got to fight him. He ain't fought nothing. He ain't fought nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And I think what it comes down to is, Mark, and everybody on the panel, I'm about to leave soon. I think what it is that when a fighter, as in like Lomachenko or anybody, because I admit this, I can't stand Lomachenko, not because of the fighting style, because I think he's a good fighter, just because people talk about him like he is the next coming of Jesus / Muhammad Ali / Bruce Lee / whoever, Thanos. They talk about him like he's like everything. And then I hear people out of blue sky like, oh yeah, Lomachenko, he will knock out Roberto Duran. I'm like, what? You know, stuff like that. That's a lot of people on YouTube or whoever. They do this shit and they hype up their favorite fighter like a god-like figure. And I think that's the problem right now with boxing, because it's not boxing no more. It's the person. It's like he's like an icon when they're not really like that. You know?
I feel there's no way in hell. Ali for that same reason, huh? I feel, but that's part of the reason why people loved Ali. He was an icon. Even when he lost, people still loved him.
Ali proved it, and it took time. People used to hate Ali. It took time over time. Lomachenko got this coming right out the gate.
Ali was calling himself the greatest before he even beat Sonny Liston. What you talking about?
But when did he get that respect?
You talking about when he got the respect, or when he was already telling people?
Fully respect. But no, we're not. No.
After his loss to Frazier.
Some people argue Ali never really got his respect till he couldn't talk no more. Let's be clear. Some people say
no.
Man, you the greatest when you can't talk, and he's sitting.
No. But no. Hold on. We're talking about who got his respect by beating legends. Not just legends upon legends after legend after legend. Lomachenko haven't fought any legends.
If Lomachenko was a black fighter,
don't use that. Oh yeah,
they big Lomachenko up because of not just because of his skill. Well, and I like Lomachenko. I like Lomachenko as a fighter, but I don't like the respect he gets beyond what he does. Even when he lose, they say, but look how great he got hit in the face. How great he got hit in the face.
It's kind of strange with Lomachenko because he has these supposed accolades of being the quickest guy to be like 3 division champ and this and that, but at the same time, him being labeled as a top pound for pound fighter, yet he'll have his fights in these venues, and these venues aren't sold out. These venues aren't necessarily packed to the rafters. Like he couldn't even, fill up the theater at Madison Square Garden. And it's crazy because I don't think his fight against Rigo was a sellout. And that was being hyped because there were 2 guys in the amateur ranks, 2 of the best amateur fighters pretty much
4 gold medals. We never saw 4 gold medals.
Never. And yet the actual fight was like people really didn't show up to that fight. So it's like, okay, yeah, I understand it. You want to prove yourself to, as the best, the best fighter and everything like that, and have those best fights. But at the same time, are people going to watch you fight?
That's not. But look, let me play devil's advocate. That's not Loma's fault. It's not. That's not Loma's fault. It's not Rigo's fault neither. Now, granted, someone say, "Hey, you got two foreigners fighting here in America." Loma's English is better now, but I can't remember how good it was then. I do know he made a joke at the end, and he was like, "I'm gonna start calling myself Nomachenko." You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because but that was so funny because we barely heard the guy speak. Rigo didn't speak English. Let's be clear. So all those things count too, man. Like you get your best fights, in my opinion, when you put an American against a foreigner, especially a black against a Hispanic, or a black guy versus a white guy. Especially if it's a white guy from the UK or something, and he's good, or a black guy from the UK versus Hispanic, or you get what I'm saying? You mix and match in countries. Put a guy from the Philippines against this Hispanic dude, and let's do it in America. They both speak English. Like, you get what I'm saying? You mix and match in countries right here. So I think, especially being in America, speaking English helps sells the fight, even if it's not that good, even if it's broken English. Cause
if it's like Golovkin be like, he good boy.
He's a good boy. Yeah, man, he be talking like they a dog or something.
Yeah, big drama show.
Yeah, even at the Canelo last fight when he was clowning Andre, I love that shit. Now, granted, I'm one of those guys who say I want the guys to call out the guys that you want to fight. Call them out. Go up there. If you can't get in the ring, show up at the press conference. Like, somebody let him in there with him. You know what I'm saying? That was in the media room. Somebody let him in there. Then maybe he got set up for the okie-doke. He thought it was going to be one way and it was the other way. But he was allowed to be back there. And he was allowed to be made a fool of, too. Because you ain't going to beat the heckler. The heckler can never beat the comedian if the comedian got the mic. If the comedian has the mic, you should win this battle every time because everybody can't hear you. They can all hear me. So, yeah, I'm a big fan. Canelo's, yeah, I know you're a big fan. You get what I'm saying? Show he had charisma. His next fight is going to sell even more. It's going to be even bigger because we heard him talk so much this time. Billy Joe Saunders made it, he helped sell the fight. So now you got a white guy from overseas versus a Mexican dude. Like, man, like you're gonna get good fights when you mix and match cultures, fan bases, races, things like that. I have no problem with it. My only issue is when we as fans sometimes we take too much pride in the country, too much pride, and we start just talking crazy. Like, shout out to some of my Latino brothers. But I heard them calling and picking Danny Garcia versus Spence. And I'm like, bro, I've been watching your show for a year. If you everything you said you are, and you know as much as you know about boxing, and I believe you know this much about boxing, you should not be picking Danny Garcia to win this fight other than the fact he's Latino and you Latino.
Man, you gotta tell me what channel did. I thought you said Mikey Garcia at first, but you said Danny Garcia.
I might have said Mikey.
I think you did say Danny. I heard Mikey, but that's crazy. Anybody picked Danny Garcia to win that fight, bro?
Oh, I'll send you the clips. I'll send you the link because I would even ask some of them, say, "Hey, all right, so what you betting on this fight, bro? Like, this what you telling your subscribers?" He was like, "Nah, I don't bet on fights, marqnash. I was like, "Oh, okay." So really, you just out here, you just riding with your boy. You riding with your you know what I'm saying? You riding with your people, and there's nothing wrong with that. But
nothing wrong with that at all.
But just call it that. But don't make up no fake box scores and say, well, we don't know what Earl is gonna do, and we haven't seen Earl and the accident. Like, bro, but everything you know about Danny and Spence supposed to win this fight, and he should win this fight. You have no reason to pick Garcia other than he's Latino.
Hey, Mark, can I cook on something really quick before I get
this free smoke, Nick? No,
hey, first thing, you can go back and I did a rant about 3 weeks ago on Oscar De La Hoya being drunk on that Twitter telecast. So I'm trying to tell you, if one of these dudes step out of line, in my opinion, bro, I give him a rant. You know what I'm saying? I roasted
Cunningham.
I roasted Oscar De La Hoya for being drunk on fucking Triller when he signed with DAZN, how that was bad for business. Part of the reason why Canelo left. So I roasted his ass.
Hold on, say that again. Say it again. You said you roasted him about being drunk on Triller when he signed with DAZN, when his promotional company is with DAZN. He's supposed to be promoting DAZN. He's drunk on the Triller telecast. So
That's one thing I want to say before I leave. And the second thing I want to say is, if people don't like me criticizing Tank Davis's opponents, that's perfectly fine. I hope them same people don't like when Canelo Alvarez's opponents get criticized, because Canelo Alvarez is fighting champions and they still get criticized. So criticism is across the board from boxing fans, boxing channels. We're all going to do it. You know, it's just your opinion. I don't think the channels that criticize Canelo's opponents, I don't think they're bad for boxing. I think it's their opinion and it's one side, and we need this in boxing. We need it. We need supporters. We need critics. It's just part of the sport. It's part of everything. You need critics. That's what we are.
And we need haters too, and that's part of it too. Because hating is what sells tickets too.
Hey, yep, and hating pretty much now is it's anything. Shit, I'm hating if I'm talking about De La Hoya. I'm a hater out here. You know what I mean? It's what we are. If we're critics, we're haters, and we got to accept that. And I've accepted that shit. I've accepted it. It's all good.
No. Black and brown.
No. Critics are not haters. There's haters that are haters.
Yeah. But let's not. I just never want to take away from where the hate comment came at from me, Black and Brown. It was when we start talking about Mayweather's jewelry. That had nothing to do with Tank Davis. It had nothing to do with boxing. Even on my channel, you was like, he's a 50-year-old man. He shouldn't be wearing $4 million. I'm paraphrasing. He shouldn't be wearing $4 million jewelry. I don't think he should be dressing and wearing that shit. That has shit to do with boxing. It has nothing to do with it. And once you bring that in, yeah, some people might label you as a hater because his jewelry has shit to do with shit. And my last thing I want to say to you about the Canelo thing, criticize Canelo opponents, cool. Criticize Tank opponents, cool, but they're not apples for apples, oranges for oranges. Canelo for how you say his name, Aveni Yildirim.
Yeah, hold on. You telling me Yildirim, marqnash.
You gotta let me finish my. You gotta let me finish my sentence because I'm gonna forget. You gotta let me finish my sentence, brother. I'm gonna forget. You gotta let me forget it. Say it before I forget it. My whole point is, if you're gonna bring up Canelo's resume and as far as Tank Davis. And you can criticize both, but it's not apples for apples, orange for oranges. Aveni Yildirim lost to Anthony Durrell, and his next fight, he was still number one and got a Canelo fight. That's different. Now, granted, that's the WBC
you don't
doing.
Put no context into that, bro. That's not right. No context, brother. No,
I was going somewhere, but you cut me off.
He only fought Yildirim one time a year. You're not going to ignore. You're going to ignore the fact that Yildirim was just a stay busy fight in a fight.
Hold on. Why is he number? No, it's not him. A stay busy fight. He was actually ranked number one after a loss. Check my Anthony Durrell interview. I just dropped it. It's on the channel. And I got it timestamped so you can go straight to that.
The man fights 3 times in 6 months, and you pick the middle fight. You're going to leave out the champion he fought in December and the champion he fought in May. But you're going to pick the middle guy he fought in February. That's what I'm talking about, brother. That's exact. You guys don't like that I criticize Tank's opponents. But look, brother, you going instantly to Yildirim, but you left out the context. You left out Callum Smith. You left out Billy Joe Saunders and Yildirim, which is a stay busy fight, but you left out the 2 champions he fought. And that's what I'm talking about, brother. You said I left it out.
You never let me get to it.
I'm not
telling me you're not done, but you cut me off.
Hold on, Mark. I'm not done. People love to criticize Canelo, but don't like to when people criticize Tank. And Canelo's fighting real champions, Mark.
Yildirim,
baby champions.
Yildirim was a real champion.
Callum Smith and Billy Joe Saunders were real champions.
Okay, we're talking about Yildirim.
You want to talk about Yildirim
because you brought up Canelo. You brought up Canelo, and you was like, I criticize Tank, and I criticize Canelo, and I'm telling you, bro, those are not apples to apples, oranges to oranges comparisons.
But why do you pick out Canelo's weakest opponent to compare? Why are you leaving out the champions?
You act like this shit happened. Like this shit just happened this year. You act like I'm picking out something that happened
because you're picking and choosing.
You're picking the apples. Bro, this shit just happened this year.
Yeah, so also did Billy Joe Saunders also happen this year?
Absolutely, and we saw what happened there too. Canelo had no adversity. He didn't have a tough, good scrap like that.
That's not Canelo's fault that the champions are weak. That's not his fault. He's beating real champions though. But see what I'm talking about? I got criticism for Tank's opponents, but it's not. And you guys don't like it. But then you guys want to criticize Canelo's opponents, and you pick out Anthony Yildirim, and he's fought in the last. What month are we in? We're in June now, so 6 months. So in the last 7 months, he's fought 3 times in 7 months, and you pick the weakest opponent in the middle and choose to leave out the two champions and then say we can't compare them because it's not apples to orange. Come on, man.
Mark Nash, black and brown. Mark Nash, black and brown. I just want to say something. Hey,
you don't like it, but I'm right. You said I picked out the weakest one, but it happened. He lost. His very next fight is Canelo. Canelo fought him coming off a loss to Anthony Durrell. And like I said before, it ain't got nothing to do with Canelo. It ain't all his fault. Some of that is the WBC because he shouldn't be ranked number one.
Black and brown.
So Canelo did what he's supposed to do. He fought the guy who was ranked number one, even though that guy's coming off a loss.
Mark Nash, black and brown. Can I say something real quick to continue this? Okay, so what I'm hearing, I give Canelo a shitload of respect for fighting 3 times in 7 months. I think that's he is fighting his ass off. And to be honest with you, it doesn't matter who he fights. He's put on a show 3 times in 7 months. So just for him to, if anybody else did that, if Spence did that, or Crawford did that, if AJ did that, if a lot of other cats do that, if Fury, Wilder, they did that, man, boxing would be so much more exciting. This guy's actually putting fights on.
He's fighting on the app too, though, bro. Let's be clear.
Two of them are champions, Big Dog Willie, and 2 of them are real champions.
I don't care. Like I said, I like the fact that he fought that many fighters.
But
it doesn't matter. It doesn't. The competition is a competition. Now, what I get at from both sides, because I'm looking at it from both sides. There's some people who don't like Canelo, he fights shitty opponents. There's some people who don't like Tank, he fights shitty opponents. You can't go at both of them like that. Both sides gonna end up looking stupid because you guys win their fights, and they win it in an exciting fashion. So this just keep going on. This is what's tearing up boxing right here. Arguing about stupid shit like this.
So you just gonna come over in my crib, cause say we talking about no fuck with. Hey, look, hey, Big Dog Willie. Hey, look, you entitled to your opinion. My thing is this, man. Like you say that now, but Crawford is getting crucified for the same shit, fighting lower level. Now, granted, I agree to a point. Here's the deal. I do like seeing fighters fight, especially if you're a top guy. I get it. This Callum Smith was a champion. Yildirim shouldn't even been in there with him. And look, that fight, and even the performance of Yildirim, it ain't even just how he ranked and Canelo fought him. Man, that shit in the what, first, second round, third round? Like the guy put up no opposition. Callum Smith, some would say the same thing. Some would say Billy Joe Saunders, once he felt the power, he curled up like butterfly shrimp too. My G, at the end of the day, he is fighting on the app. Let's not mistake that. You wouldn't have paid $65.
What does that mean?
Because I'm about to tell you, man. You wouldn't have paid $65, $75 to see Callum Smith, Yildirim, and Billy Joe Saunders. You wouldn't have paid $75 3 times in 6 or 7 months to see that guy fight that level of competition for that price. Sir Senior, talk to me.
I mean, people just paid $75 to see Tank fight a baby belt holder. Why would they not pay to see Canelo fight Callum Smith? Why not, bro? How could you say
they won't?
How could you just say that they wouldn't?
Ain't nobody paying $75 to see him fight Yildirim.
Because a lot of people didn't pay
that's
the little
assumption.
nothing.
You can't just assume that and
watch
leave it
them
as
fight.
facts.
We're talking about 2 different fan bases. We're talking about 2 different fan bases. Mexicans will pay that much money to see
bro.
Canelo
What are
fight.
you talking about, bro? That may even make no sense, bro.
But
a lot of people didn't.
But a lot of people will
Mexicans
pay.
can't carry Mexicans ain't gonna be the only ones in Vegas, only one buying pay-per-view. Stop it, Big Dog Willie. You got to stop.
No. I'm just saying.
Stop pandering.
Come on, you don't think
shit don't make no sense, bro? This is crazy right here. This shit just see. We bring up Canelo and shit gets crazy, bro.
Now you know I love Canelo, so you can't say that about me. I always say him,
bro. I don't know. You're downplaying him now because he fights on the app. You're picking his one weak-ass fight out of the year to focus on. I don't know.
Maybe because it's right in my mind because I just interviewed Anthony Durrell this last week, and I just posted a video. I put this timestamps in there. The video, maybe I'm doing like you've been doing all night. I'm plugging my shit too. Shit, like check my channel. I got a video. But like I said,
I'm doing that to let you guys know that I'm consistent. I'm doing that
Black
to
and
let you
Brown.
guys know I'm
Black and
consistent.
Brown. I'm doing the same shit. I got the video from the guy who beat him. It's timestamped. He can't explain it neither. He says, I don't get it. How did I beat Yurdam? He still ranked number 1 and gets a shot at Canelo. He said, hey, look, and I'm gonna let you know what he said. Spoiler alert. He said, race does matter in boxing. And he said, I ain't gonna say it's all race. He said, because there's a lot of black guys and Hispanics in boxing is more than white sometimes in certain regions and areas. But he said it's a Mexican belt. And they made sure, and it's a Mexican champion right now. Mauricio got what he wanted. Check the video, bro. These ain't my words.
Well then keep this. Well then why do other black champions have that belt then? Why are you cool? Why do you go to war for Devin Haney so bad? Like he's the real champion at 135 if he's holding a Mexican belt.
I went to war for Devin Haney.
Huh?
I went to war for Devin Haney.
I mean, you guys will not allow Teofimo to be called undisputed because Devin Haney has that fucking Mexican belt, right?
It's not that, but it's not Lopez's fault.
First, it's not Lopez's fault, and second, if there is a dispute, then there is no undisputed champ.
That's fine. No boxing source. I hear you. That's fine. I'm not. That's not my argument anymore. But what I'm saying is, if now all of a sudden we're going to start adding race to a belt, there's plenty of black dudes that hold that WBC belt. Why even bring that up,
brother? I'm plugging.
But that is
I'm plugging. Listen, I'm plugging. Look,
they do back cheaters.
Let me.
Hold on. They back you if you're not black. They'll back you a whole lot more if you're not.
That's
black.
what Anthony Durrell said. Anthony Durrell, but look, he even talked about another guy. He was like, "Look, David Benavidez, he popped hot. He was like, he said, and he was able to move back up. You know what I'm saying? He said, He said, I think that was a black fighter who had to work his way up. Black and Brown boxing. What I'm trying to tell you is, the video is on the channel. It's timestamped. Just go to that section of the video you want to see. It's right there in the timestamps. This is Anthony Durrell's words, not mine. I'm just reporting, like my boy Ellie would say, right? So I just had to bring that up, though. You know what I'm saying? I had to plug the interview.
You bring up something that has absolutely nothing to do with the conversation.
Because
we're talking about Tank's opponents.
We're talking about opponents. And we're talking about Canelo. He said, "Why did Canelo?"
Anthony Durrell have to do with Canelo's opponents?
Because they have a common opponent. What are you not missing here? Let me say it again. Let me say it again. Hold on. You said you're not getting it. You said you're not getting it. Hold on, brother. You said you're not getting it. Do you want understanding, or do you want to just keep talking?
Did Anthony Durrell beat Billy Joe Saunders or Callum Smith? Or are you going to pick the weakest one of Canelo's opponents?
Now you splitting hairs. I picked the second opponent. I picked one from the other. No, I didn't go back three.
Neither one of the champions, though, right? Neither one of the champions. You picked the weak one.
I picked the guy with a common opponent. I picked the guy with a common opponent who I just did an interview with and what he said.
Are you want to stay focused on Anthony Yildirim? That's fine, but Canelo beat a champion in December and he beat a champion in May. But go ahead, focus on Yildirim.
Okay, thank you for your permission. Appreciate that.
Let's focus on Tank's real champions. Let's focus on Tank's real champions.
I thought you told me I can.
Let's focus on Tank's real champions.
Why are we talking about this like this?
Look, because I love Black and Brown. Black and Brown got a show called Free Smoke Fridays. He don't brought Free Smoke Friday over here Monday because I took umbrage to something he said earlier today.
They both fight.
He my brother, and I love him, and I'm letting him talk.
They both fight bums. Who cares? They both fight bums.
Nah, I don't do the bum shit. I don't do the bum.
Okay, really?
They both fight fighters.
I'll give Willie that, but Canelo's fighting bums with belts. Real belts.
No. See, this is where we go. This is not what we're supposed to be talking about. I don't know how did we come to this.
No, I'm gonna tell you how we got here, Willie. Because I criticize Tank's
Floyd Mayweather's chains.
I criticize Tank's opponents. People don't like it, but the same people criticize Canelo's opponents. That's how we got here.
And why do you and you have your own show? You do whatever do. Why do you care
about what?
What people think of what you talk about?
Oh, that's a great question because I got called out here today. I'm here today because I got called out by MarqNash. I'm here today because I got called out by MarqNash because he cared about what I was saying about Floyd Mayweather's chains. Go ahead.
Well, look,
Okay,
and look, let's be clear.
channel.
And look,
that's okay. So that's a
what you
valid
say. Hold
point.
on, what you say, sir? What you say?
I say, isn't the purpose of you having the channel is to have somebody care?
Yeah, but did you not hear? Did you just not listen to what Big Willie just asked me, brother? Come on, man. I responded with that to Big Willie's question to me. He said, "Why do I care?" Well, why does Mark Nash care?
No, what Mark Nash? No, but think about it. You came here and discussed it with Mark Nash. I'm talking about
Big
random
Willie.
people in
Big
the
Willie, I
comments.
was
I'm
called
talking
here.
about
Mark
random
Nash,
people in the
let him know. Big Willie, I was called here. I didn't just find a link and
Ain't nobody called this nigga. Ain't nobody called this nigga over. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
That is fine.
I'm
lying like a motherfucker. I'm lying like a motherfucker.
Why do you care what people say in the comments? Mark Nash is going to give you he's going to talk to you like a man. We had these kids in the comments saying, oh, this and this and that, and they're like comparing the two. Why respond to them?
I never responded to not one comment in the chat, Big Willie. I've been talking to Mark Nash this whole time. I don't even look at the chat.
Okay. I'm just saying, it sounds like you say when you say why I'm getting criticized for this, it seems like you're kind of saying everybody is getting on your case about this.
No, actually, the chat's agreeing with me, so I'm not even talking about the chat.
False.
I'm talking about the same
I'm
people.
talking about just
Wait, I thought you just said you're not reading the chat.
The same people.
But now you're saying the chat agreeing with you. Which one is it?
The same people, right? The same people that don't like me criticizing Tank's resume and Tank's opponents are the same people that criticize Canelo's opponents. And that's a fact.
Yeah, but Big Dog Willie, shit, Major Key still listening. Major Key supposed to be asleep. He was like, drop the link. We not gonna keep it real. Fuck it, let's keep it real. Let's keep it a thou wow. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of that, man, it's almost like 3 a.m. over where I'm at, man. I gotta get a few hours in. But big ups to everyone everyone that took part of this discussion, man. Big up to Mark Nash.
Man,
of course, doing this thing here in the channel, man. So, I'll catch you, in the conversations. You do this like every Monday night, right?
Yo, I look, man. I've been working with Major Key, and Major Key works with Black and Brown. Contrary to popular belief, I'm a big fan of Black and Brown show. Maybe because I couldn't get in earlier today because I don't know what was happening with Black and Brown. If he just had a limited amount of time. But I know he didn't drop the link. I was like, drop the link. But so he was communicating with me on the show, but he didn't have the link where I could beam in. It wasn't a phone number where I can call in. So now I'm just typing, and I'm like, I got more I want to talk about this. Shout out to Coach Malachi. Coach Malachi said some things that was kind of like, but I think he clickbaited us with the title because if you watch the whole episode, what he said was like he was really talking about double standards. So he baited us with the title, and he was like, "Hey, what's good for the gooses? What's good for the gander?" Also, I saw Blue Blood Sports. He spent a lot of time talking about Floyd Mayweather's jury. So, and I like Blue Blood Sports. Some people don't like him, but I like the guy's show, and he said certain things that I heard Black and Brown saying. So certain times today I might have been mixed up with him, and I might have been mixed up with Blue Blood Sports, but it just seemed like man, you guys got to enjoy the show, man. It was a great ass event.
So I wasn't the only one with criticism for the jury, right?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay, there we go. All
yeah, this one just a pick on you. I wasn't picking on. Oh, you thought I was picking on you? Hold on.
I thought I might have been the only one. I thought I might have been the only one.
Man, because I am trying to go to sleep, man. You know what I'm saying? But shit, man, I've been watching this shit. Oh shit, yeah. I've been watching this shit, man, and trying to get to the nitty gritty. I've been listening, but we can't cap out here, man. It happened from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? Mark said, "Yo, you want to talk to Black and Brown?" I said, "Yo, you want me to call him? I'll holler at him right now."
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Sure enough, I did, and he answered right away, and he said, "Oh, for real?"
I don't know what you said to him.
I'll be there in a minute. Well, hold on.
I don't know what you
said.
said.
I'll be there in a minute, and so he popped up, right? So he's been standing his ground all night. Like, the respect to him for doing that. You know what I'm saying? You know, ain't nobody that he didn't come over here because nobody in the chat or nothing like that. It was literally Mark wanted to talk to him. You know what I'm saying? And he popped up. So if anybody got that shit twisted here, then y'all need to understand that that's what happened.
Blame me.
So if y'all don't know that, then that's on y'all for not keeping up from the beginning, because we've been here since the beginning.
And that's
so
okay.
It is
it's
what
okay.
It is.
It's okay if people tune in late. But maybe
I'm just saying. But if they come in and they don't have the real perspective, you know what I'm saying? And it is what it is, because he's on the strength over here being peaceful. Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all debating on a boxing topic. It's so good. We all talk behind the scenes, and a lot of these guys don't understand that shit. They think that it's like you know, we got a penny party and shit. You know what I'm saying? We got to take one side or the other. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it ain't even like that, yo. Everybody's just disagreeing right now on some boxing shit. We boxing content creators. That's what it is. You know what I mean? So if you don't know the inner scoop and you just want to get emotional and say somebody else is emotional, if you don't know the whole story, man, you need to cool out, bro. That's what it is.
Tell people when you go live and what you do.
Go ahead. So think about it. I'm guilty of not knowing how it become a part, but I was never ever being faulty toward Black and Brown for not knowing.
No. But what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying what I'm saying is that when it gets to the point of accusing them of coming over here for comments or anything like that, and I'm not saying you specifically, because I don't even remember, because I was just listening. I wasn't watching who was talking. I'm just talking about like the fact that he came over here and spent a couple hours here just to it was great content. And he came over here. He got his own boxing channel. You're right. He doesn't have to come over here, but he did. You know what I'm saying? So instead of shitting on him, you know what I'm saying? Give him his accolades, give him his kudos, give him his roses, and say, yo, thanks for showing up. You know what I'm saying? That's real. You feel me though?
No, I feel you. I have nothing. I like Black and Brown. I don't, you know, there's nothing. No, I talked to him and we agree on half the shit. But
don't be scared, big dog. Don't let him chump you off.
Oh no, I'm not. We agree on half the shit. Some of the shit I've seen his channel a couple of times. I'm not really religious over there, but some of the shit I don't agree with. But you know, we agree with some shit tonight. I have no problem with what Canelo's doing. And I'll be very real with you. But yeah, he did fight somebody who he should never fought. But Tank does the same thing, and that's all I'm saying. They both do the same shit.
I gotta. I'm just gonna say, I gotta. Like, if you want to understand that, bro, I got a whole live, recording, like 6 minutes, and it breaks all of that down. And so anybody talking about that Avni Yildirim was picked by him, when you understand the whole way that happened after David Benavidez lost his belt on the scales, then you'll understand a little more. But everybody is listening to other channels that don't know shit, that they just want to cap and race bait. And the facts of the matter is that he was the franchise champion, so he could contend at whatever weight division he felt like going into. He decided to go from 175 back down to 168. David Benavidez lost his belt on the scales. Avni, he put his name in the hat, so of course, as a franchise champion, he was going to be selected first. Avni Yildirim was the next one selected. What's called a matchroom said no. The zone said no. They don't like that. That's not going to make them the money that they wanted to make with the contractual agreement that they had with him. So guess what happens after that? He goes into litigation, gets out of the contract, then renegotiates something with the zone. Okay, a week beforehand, Mauricio Sulaiman says, "Hey, you know what I'm saying? Okay, we're gonna throw the WBC into this, and whoever wins, regardless of who wins, okay, has to fight Avni Yildirim next because we negotiated that." So that's what people don't seem to remember when it was so clear when it happened. You see what I'm saying? Because people that say that they follow boxing don't really follow boxing. They just talk shit 5 months later because they don't remember.
Okay.
Mic dropped.
So why did he lose and get to be put back as number one? Just you breaking it all down like nobody else follows boxing.
You're missing the point here. This is flying over your head. It has nothing to do with the
how did I miss a point when I just asked?
No, because Canelo Alvarez fought for the WBC belt. Whoever the WBC put in front of him is not Canelo's fault. That's where you're wrong. You see, you're
how did I say
you're putting Canelo as
how did I say it was Canelo's fault? Where in this show or any show have I ever said it was Canelo's fault?
What the conversation was about earlier, because I've been listeing. And it was
when did I say it was Canelo's fault?
He fought Avni Yildirim.
When did I say it was Canelo's fault?
If you were listening, then why are you adding on? If you would disagree with it,
what do you mean? You the one rambling on. I said since you
but right now
you know better than everybody else.
You didn't hear that.
No. What the conversation was, Black and Brown was saying that he fought a champion, which was arguably number one, and he was number one according to ESPN and to BoxRec. Callum Smith, he beat him first, the number one in the division. Then he fights Canelo, Billy Joe Saunders. Okay, but what we focus on is the free fight that we got in between, because normally he doesn't even fight in February. Normally he only fights in May and in September. But we got a free fight, and then what you're talking about is that fight. You see what I'm saying? So if you're gonna speak facts, then speak facts. Don't just speak about one little detail, because we're not talking semantics here. Nobody's dumb here.
And what semantics was I talking about?
So the semantics you're talking right now, because you still acting like you dumb, and we're talking facts here.
No, you just talking over yourself and not answering my question.
I ain't talking over myself. I'm talking facts, and you're not saying shit because you stuck now. I put you in the
How
corner,
am I
and
stuck?
now you're in timeout.
Nigga,
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You ain't answer my question. I
You
simply
didn't say
asked
shit
you
because
one
I said
question.
all the facts. What are you saying?
I simply asked you one question.
Okay,
How
so
does he
what is your
lose
rebuttal
and
to
then get to be
everything that I
number
just
one?
said?
That's
What is your
all I
rebuttal to
asked
everything that I
you.
just said? Exactly. That's exactly what I expected. That's what I'm trying to say. You just talking out your ass just to say, oh, you didn't answer my question. What question? There's no question. I just explained everything to you.
You didn't answer the question.
There's
I asked
no
you
question,
simply,
bro.
how did he lose
Canelo
and then
is
get to
not
be
ducking
number
people.
one?
Okay,
How?
bro.
What part of that you don't understand?
The comparison was Gervonta Davis versus Canelo. Did you not? I was gone, bro, and I had to come back to remind you of what the conversation was about.
How did you have to remind me? You just saying random
You
stuff
see
to
what I'm
make yourself
saying?
look good.
It
But
doesn't
you're
seem
not.
like you remember
You're really
anything
actually
because you're like,
playing
how did
yourself.
this? You didn't answer my question. How did this? Bro, make some sense.
I simply asked you, how did he lose and then become number one? And again, you still can't answer the question. You just keep over talking and keep talking.
Bro.
You just keep talking. You're just
because
talking.
it's an
You're not
irrelevant
answering the
question.
question. So
I
are you
just
going to answer the
explained to
question or
you
not?
that
It's simple.
the
Yes or
fact
no?
is that he had to fight him. But what you guys were saying was, that Canelo picked him. No, brother. If you listen, if you were there paying attention at the moment and not talking shit 8 months later, then you would have known that because I was listening.
When did I say that? When did I say that?
When did you say what, bro? Because you're not saying shit. I don't understand what you're saying. I just dropped a bunch of bombs on you right now about everything y'all been talking about.
You ain't dropped now bomb on me. You just running your mouth. I simply asked you a question.
So
if you keep talking around, why did he lose and then become number one? Answer that question.
You still missing the fucking point here.
I've been quiet with my thing on mute.
I said that from the beginning. I said that from the beginning.
You talking about somebody else. Get your stuff straight and then say something to me. Very simply, Major Key.
From the beginning, I told you,
Major Key,
that you're talking about why did he become number one? That's irrelevant, bro. Because you can't hold Canelo Alvarez accountable for what the WBC.
How is my question
because
irrelevant?
the fact is that he fought for the belt and it was announced beforehand. So what are you getting mad about Canelo for about Adam Yildirim? Because if you're not mad about that, then what is your point?
Canelo? Or you just making up random
What is your point? Then what is your point?
What I just
Talking
asked.
about Canelo fighting
What I
him.
just asked.
What is your point?
That's what I want to know. Is the answer to my question, not somebody else's question, not somebody else's talking point. My question. You confused me with somebody else.
What did you not understand? What do you need clarification about, bro? Because so I can slow it down for you, bro. Not that slow. A little faster. A little faster. Not that slow.
You. How did he lose and become number one? I didn't ask nothing else. I just asked that one question. I've had my thing on mute. I ain't asked no other questions. I ain't say no other talking points. That was somebody else.
That's a question for me.
So then why did you interfere when I was talking if it wasn't you?
I just asked you a question now.
If I gave you a simple response, which part do you want me to elaborate on, bro?
You said it don't matter. That was your response.
Bro, I broke it down to you. I broke it down to you that it was the WBC that told Canelo. Why is it relevant, right? if he was number one or whatever the fuck, right? When it comes to a conversation about Canelo. Why? Because you're trying to say that Canelo, that wasn't a valid win. That's why. So don't try to fucking, play a fucking three-card money on me with that shit. Bro, we fucking clear-minded here, bro. We're not delusional here. So if you try to play that game, I'm going to call it out for what it is.
You trying to put what you feel I'm saying. Ask me what I'm saying.
Not clarifying. I'm giving you an
Okay.
opportunity
Hold on.
Oh my Lord, bro.
All right. Look.
Good Lord.
Shout out to Black and Brown Boxing. Yo, let's make some noise for Black and Brown Boxing. This guy is amazing. Man. This motherfucker brought in the crowd. He brought the audience. A lot of these people in the chat I ain't never seen before. Man, we had I think we got a record number of chats in here this year. I think this week. This the most chats we had this week.
15, 30, 37, 38, 45, 47.
Yeah, man. Like he brought all the smoke. Hey, look, man. I just feel like both of you guys aren't really getting your questions answered. Seems like you guys are answering questions with questions, and it's like we're going in a circle. But while we got people here, I do want people to know that my boy Kyle, the boxing section, TBS, the boxing section. You spell it the way it sounds. He's live now. Shout out to Black and Brown Boxing for doing the handoff to Major Key. Shout out to Major Key for doing the handoff to me. And we just want to keep it going, man, and just show each other support. But I do want to get some closing on this. In the words of Migos, I want some straightening. But it seems like look, we got our own opinions about where things are at and where things can go, but we have a platform for it, and it's every Friday, whenever he's available, of course. But you know what I'm saying? I might end up doing a franchise with you, Black and Brown, because
it's all good.
I might set up a franchise with you, man, because man, I love your energy. I love the fact we don't agree. You don't bend. You don't cower down because it's his show and it's marqnash.
Yeah,
and I'm on the marqnash show.
Have a great fucking night. I'm going to sleep. Peace.
I love it. Shout out to Major Key Boxing. Man, you can follow Major Key Boxing every Monday. You already know he's going to give us some dope shit. You know what I'm saying? And we're going to have a good show. We're going to keep the shows going. Shout out to all the content creators out there doing their thing. I know the Boxing Source had to go, but I want him to tell everybody where they can follow him and reach him at. We're going to be at the boxing section. So we're going to go over there and act up and turn up over there and show Kyle some love and support. It's an open channel, open panel. Yeah, he's all about that free smoke shit too. You know what I'm saying? And he a West Coast dude, so it's early over there for him. You know what I'm saying? But okay, I guess we didn't get the Boxing Source to give his drop. Before everybody else leave, Big Dog Willie, you got any final words?
Nah, I enjoyed this a lot. It was cool.
It went way too long, but man, I be wanting to keep going, but Kyle has already started, and I just want to lift that brother up because, like I said, I met him here in Atlanta at the fight in person, but I've been following his show for about a year now. So he's a good dude, and yeah, man, and he got great content, and he's consistent. So
okay.
And
what's the channel? I don't even know what's the channel.
The boxing section. It's
boxing
in
section.
I think Patricia got it in the chat already, so it's already in the chat.
Okay, I got it. I see it. Okay.
Yeah, man. So we having a blast over, and this shit is dope. And I be wanting to keep it going sometimes because I love this shit. But I'm like, man, am I being selfish? Shit, we already been going 4 hours. It's good live, but I love that playback game. You get what I'm saying? My playback game is crucial out here, but I gotta keep it within a certain time.
I'm at work, I'll say I'm at work again. So
you out there saving lives, man. You got a COVID update for us? Because you in the ER out there in Vegas, right?
Tell them how real it is, Big Dog Willie. Tell them how real COVID is.
It was real. It was real. It was very real.
It's still real.
It's still real. But numbers have dropped since the vaccine came out. And it's not as prevalent as it was. I just, like I keep on telling people, don't play around with the shit. It will kill you. It's not to be playing with. So get your vaccine.
What state you in, big dog?
Washington State, Seattle, Washington.
Okay.
That's right.
On the West Coast. Yeah.
Oh man, so I know them folks getting straight, man. Look, they love being quarantined over there, and weed is legal. Man, they getting the best shit, and they get to stay in house shelter in place. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't like, no, it's cool, man. You know, we have too many smart people up here. You know, too many nerds. So very liberal up here. So we got a lot of that type of shit.
So do you guys have high vaccination numbers in Washington State?
Yeah, very high, especially in certain counties. I should say in certain counties. My county that I live in, where Seattle is, we're probably like 80. Because people,
we have very low numbers here in Georgia. It's about 30.
Yeah, you guys in the South, in the South is messed up.
Yeah, it's in the 30s. But look, man, I was a combat medic in the Army, as some people know. My wife's a nurse, and a lot of her friends are nurses in different aspects, whether in ER, whether working in plastic surgery, or you know what I'm saying. They are bankers. They're out dealing with the people and the public. So I wish everybody nothing but the health. I wish you guys wealth, health, prosperity, and look, man, be safe. Look, I can't tell you what you should and shouldn't do.
Always.
But I'm gonna tell you, if you're not gonna get vaccinated, just wear a mask, man. Like, protect yourself, because that doesn't mean, just don't believe that everybody I'm around right now. If everybody around me ain't wearing no mask, they must all be vaccinated. So I'm good. It's herd immunity.
No.
Don't believe the hype, man.
Get vaccinated. Get vaccinated, because the longer
I ain't gonna tell people what to do as far as that. Big
no.
dog,
I'm just gonna say this.
But you can though. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, just get vaccinated, because the longer we deal with this shit, the thing can mutate, and then we gotta go through this shit all over again. So just get it, and I'll be real with you. This is gonna become like the flu shot. This is with us for the rest of our lives.
And that's what some people are saying, Big Dog Willie, and that's what bothers them, where there's like, well, I don't get flu shots anyway, and I don't get the flu. Or I get the flu and I just get through it. You get what I'm saying? So some people are looking at it like that, where this is not a cure. This is like a flu shot. It's a vaccine. But they also have lack of trust in the government due to that clip I told you about, Dr. Fauci's.
Hold
on. Let me finish, because you told me you never saw it, and when I tried to play it for you, you had to go back to work. That was the last time you was on the show. So I just want to be clear on that.
No, I understand, but I understand what you're saying.
Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying. I understand.
Fauci
made some mistakes.
You can't fully understand. Big Dog Willie.
You're comparing it
Big
to
Dog Big Dog Willie, listen to me. You can't fully understand me if you didn't let me finish my sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
To be fair. All right. The video that I was trying to show you that you said you never saw was Dr. Fauci admitting that he told us that we didn't need masks, because he didn't want to limit the supplies for the first responders or people like you in the ER. He didn't want us to just run out there and go buy like how we would do toilet paper or gas.
Yeah.
Because our infrastructure is so fucked up that we get that shit from somewhere else. So it would take a long time for us to get it, because other people in those countries are already on lockdown. We never really went on lockdown in America. Let's be clear. Georgia never been locked down. We never been locked down. So I said all that to say they have lack of trust in the government. They have lack of trust in the guys who are up there telling us, because they have admitted that they told us something wrong, and they knew it was wrong, but they thought it was for the better good. Who knows if they're thinking about the better good now? That is the argument with the people. Go ahead.
No, I know. I mean, he shouldn't have done that. I believe you. It's not that I don't believe you, but he shouldn't have done that. He should not have done that. But I'm talking about the overall is, you listen to Trump or you listen to him. Listen to the people who saying it doesn't exist, or you listen to him. That's the difference. And I'm listening to a doctor with 1,000 PhDs than somebody than Trump. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, man. Thanks for pulling up, man. You're a big friend. Big fan of the show. You're a big friend of the show. I know. I see you in the chat all the time, but whenever you pull up on the show, man, it means a lot to me, man. Thank you again for your time, Big Dog Willie.
Okay, yeah, no problem. No problem. Yeah.
We love
All
you,
right.
bro. I'll see you on the next
Take care,
episode,
man.
Wednesday, 10 o'clock, man. Rock with me.
When?
Wednesday.
Every Monday?
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 o'clock.
West Coast time.
East Coast time for me.
East Coast time. My fault.
Yeah,
Okay.
East Coast time, and we try to do 2 hours. Sometimes we go late on Monday because I do a simulcast with Major Key Boxing, and we do a lot of interviews with legends and great fighters and Hall of Fame champions, man. Hall of Fame trainers. They got a lot of things going over there, but I'll do the simulcast as well over here, and so I'm sharing my audience and vice versa. So it's great content, and it's a good network. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10 o'clock, man. Sometimes I might be early on Mondays because I'm doing the simulcast. But other than that, man, thank you again for your time. God bless you, my brother. And you be careful. And thank you again for sharing your knowledge and your time with us.
Yeah,
and giving us
take care of yourself too, man.
Hey, look, man. Hey, look, man. I'm a combat medic. My wife a nurse, man. I'm out here being extra careful. So
you know better. Yeah, you know better.
Man, so God bless. Look, man, I had to get anthrax shots when I was in the Army. You know what I'm saying? I had all kinds of shots that I ain't know shit about, and I was scared about. So, but that's a whole other conversation. Be safe, man. Let me get Black and Brown because I need to him to
I'm out of here. I need to do something.
All right, we'll go, nigga. Bye.
All right, big dog.
No, I'm joking. I didn't hang up on him. Hey, look, Black and Brown boxing. Let's go, man. What a night. What a night. What a night. What a night.
I appreciate it, Marqnash. I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the passion. Hey, man, look. It's just
that video. Look, that video you did that brought this one over here is gonna blow up, man. Because we're gonna plug it even more because it definitely spawned a 4-hour conversation over here. Hey, not just you though.
It's just boxing talk when it comes to me. I know I'm passionate. I know I'm aggressive. It's just how I am, bro. That's why I do Free Smoke Friday because I feel like that's just me as a person. So it's just I don't mean none. I don't mean no harm, Marqnash. I don't mean no harm. I don't mean no disrespect. I love your channel. I come over here to get it in. You know what I mean? Major Key called me. I said, oh, yeah, let's get it in. That's my boy. So you get at me. You play your snips at me. You know what I mean? All that. I laugh at it. I get back at you. It's all good, brother. It ain't no ill will, man. It's just boxing.
I loved it. You was like, Marqnash, are we talking about what you say, man? You got some drops, yo. Are we talking about boxing or ballet dancing? We talk about boxing or tennis? What you mean I gotta raise my hand and talk to you?
Hey, that's coaching. That's old coaching. I used to tell my players, hey, we playing
talking shit to me. He trying to play me right there.
Hey, we playing football or we ballet dancing out here? I used to be a football coach, Marqnash. That's where I get it from.
Look, I saw you baiting me into this free smoke shit all night. When you was right there, I was like, and you can hear it. Check the playback. I said, oh, I see what you're doing, though. I see where we're going with this. But me as a content creator, I knew what I was doing when I was like, somebody tell Black and Brown to call me in my Kanye voice. You know what I'm saying? I need him on the phone right now. Tell Blood Boxing to pull up. I want to talk to him too. But then somebody was like, I'll call him right now. I was like, no, I'm joking, man. I don't want to do no smoke, man. I'm just bullshit. Like, check the playback. Check the playback, man. We had a lot of fun with this.
Just know me, bro. You're my big bro, and it's all love.
No, man. Actually, man, you guys been doing this shit a lot longer than me. I was just fortunate enough. I know how to do graphics and make beats, and I came from another world, and I'm just trying to collide it all together. You know, Breaking Beats is a hip hop political sports show with a comedy twist. So, we break down the business, entertainment, art, technology, sports. So we're gonna mix up the content all the time. So, but some nights like this, man, we got to dedicate it just to boxing, and because I can't remember my roots. Can't forget my roots.
Hey, Mark. We didn't agree on this one, but we're gonna agree on the next one, or we might not agree on the next one, but we're gonna agree on one of them. It's all good. We got so many fucking boxing topics to talk about. We're not always gonna agree. It just is what it is, man.
I tell people how they can follow you, how they can get in touch with you if they want to get more of your dope content, brother.
Oh, I just got my little channel, Black and Brown Boxing. That's really about it. Come over there, check me out. We do Free Smoke Fridays. I usually drop links if I got time. I love dropping the links. I love getting different ideas and different opinions. I love that shit. I love to see both sides. I love to compare other people's vision with my vision. I just love the boxing talk. I think this YouTube shit on boxing, the YTBC, is the dopest thing in sports. I've never seen nothing like this. I've been a sport fanatic since I've been 8 years old, bro. I've never seen nothing like this in sports where you can interact, you can give your opinion stays on your record, you can talk to their fathers, their trainers. I've never seen nothing like this in sports. This is the dopest thing in sports, and that's why I'm here, Mark Nash. I got nothing but love for you, bro.
And tell people how they can find your channel. How do you spell it? Because it's not spelled how it's on the screen right now.
No, it's Black and Brown Boxing. That's it. Just Black and Brown Boxing.
It's spelled, and you can find that logo right there.
For sure, man.
And when what time do you do your Free Smoke Friday?
I don't have a time. I try to do it like 7 p.m. Pacific time. I try, but you know how life is, Mark. I get it in when I can.
Yeah. Look, and he might skip a week or two.
Yeah,
leave him alone.
Skip 3 weeks, man. I did.
And leave him. And if he
weeks.
miss it, leave it alone. Regardless, look, man. That's why other guys got to stay connected, and we got to stay consistent. So when he fall down, look, with Martin Nash still be going. He might just want to beam in over here. Like, look, I ain't got time to host the whole show, but look, I can cook for about 30-40 minutes. Let's go. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And if you want to do that, brother, like, man, the door is always open to you. This has been a hell of a show. Like I said, man, I think I broke a record over here as far as the chats and far as the people who just really wanted to have a say about this. It could have been the title, could have been the thumbnail, but I'm gonna say it's because of that free smoke. And big shout out to you. You came through.
Yes! Yes! Fuck you too!
No, it's not fuck you too. It's I love you too, my brother. Thank you again, Black and Brown, for pulling up. I appreciate you, bro. I'll see you on Friday. If not, I'm gonna be here on Friday. And if you want to beam in over here, you ain't got time to do a whole show. You can cook over here with us, man. Every time you pull up, man, we're gonna tell you welcome home.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, Mark Nash. I'll see you.
Don't be a stranger, man. Look. What can I say, man? It's been another great episode of Breaking the Beats, where we break down the business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, and pretty much anything else I feel like squeezing into those letters. I'm about to go over into the boxing section, show some love to my brother Kyle, and man, I hope y'all do the same, man. Shout out to Tank the Sweet Science Examiner. He said, I just think it's important to let others finish getting their complete thoughts out. Some people present their opinions in nuanced way, and it hits better for the playback when one person talks at a time. Yes. Yes, man. And also, man, Tank, you're right. I got a notebook in here that when I feel that shit happening, I start writing it down. You know what I'm saying? Because I started off when I was doing this YouTube thing doing that, and people really appreciated it. They was like, man, this guy sounds very articulate. His shit sound put together. It's because I was writing it down. At some point, I strayed away from that, and I started just getting up here freestyling. You know what I'm saying? Getting too comfortable, and people will cut you off, and then when they say, "All right, you can go ahead," man, I forgot, man. I forgot what I was about to say. So, hey, look, nobody's perfect. So you live and you learn, Tank. But look, man, let's go over there to the boxing section. Let's go show Kyle some support. The link is in the chat. It's your boy Martin Nash. Remember, dreams require sleep, goals require effort. You can get that hoodie at martinash.com. Thank y'all for tuning in to Breaking the Beats, hip-hop political sports show with a comedy twist, where we break down the business, entertainment, art, technology, sports, anything else I feel like squeezing into those letters. Remember, man, we always going to show these fighters love and support. I don't believe in calling nobody no bum, no trash, no leftovers. These guys put their life on the line for our entertainment. Let's show them some respect, all right? So, I see y'all on the next episode. Should be Wednesday, but y'all know I got a lot of footage, so I'm gonna be dropping some clips up until then to keep you guys entertained. But we got Luis Cuba Arez in the on the line tomorrow, so we're gonna do the interview with him. If you want to be a part of that, email me at martinash27@gmail.com. The email is in the link in the description, right down there. So want to be a part of that? Shoot me an email. I know who you are, and we'll try to make sure you can get a question in. All right. After we do the interview, you will get a chance to ask a question. So thank you again for your time. I'll see y'all on the next one. It's your boy Martin Nash. Peace.